Hello. Hi. You can hear me, right? Hi, everybody. I'm a little early. I'm saying hello. Muted, rude. Hi, Sales. How are you? Hold on. I'm adjusting things and stuff. I wanted to get started a little early so I could talk to y'all. Today's interview day with Paul Rashid, and I'm excited. Let me see here. I think I got everything set up. Hopefully there'll be no tech issues today because your girl worked hard to make sure that wouldn't be an issue. And did I just jinx myself? It's possible. That's possible. Hi, Sales. Coyote, how are you? Remorse. Big Daddy, what's up? Hello. Samurai, how you doing? You guys were first. I usually let the screen run a little longer, but not today. Gosh. I have 3 monitors and I still feel like I could use a 4th. And I'm like, do I have a problem? Do I have a problem? Potentially. I might. All right, y'all. More monitors. I use 4, Big Daddy. Really? Tell me, please. Okay, let me see. Let's see how things are looking. Hello, everybody. I don't know if I want to stand. How are you? Welcome on in. I'm just getting started, getting things going. I have water, I have coffee, I've got snacks. Today's going to be a fun day. We're interviewing Paul. Hi, Bentham. How are you? I wanted to get live a little bit earlier just to give you all the lowdown. So today I'm interviewing Paul Rashid, who directed and wrote 5 Dates, 10 Dates in the Gallery, as well as directed many projects over the years. And then after we do a little interview, we're going to dive into 10 Dates and he's going to give commentary on 10 Dates as we play. Bentham, how are you? It's good to see you. Hi, Betties. So I just thought I'd let everybody filter in. When we switch over to interview time, there won't be any alerts or any of that kind of stuff today. But I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to playing 10 Dates again because we only did Misha's story and still there's so many possibilities. There's so many things to unlock and there's so many things that we can find out. Did someone say stand? Tyler, how's your standing desk? I know the pictures, like, I'm jealous that yours is motorized. I don't know if there is. I don't think I want to motorize it. It just sounds like too much of a project. But I hope that you're enjoying your standing desk. Hi, Brad So Rad. Didn't I just do this? Twitch be twitching sometimes, let me tell you.
Didn't I just do this?
Probably. But Brad So Rad, I still appreciate it. Happy 37 months. You wonderful bean. Just chilling after all the excitement of the past week. How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing A-okay. You had a lot going on. I hope you had a good time. I'm proud of you for getting out and doing like fun stuff. It may be soon to be smart. Is it gonna take over your home? Hi, Brad So Rad. Yaksha, thank you for your Prime sub. Thank you for taking Jeff Bezos' dime and using your Prime and giving it to a streamer you like. Thank you for not hopefully sending Bezos to space because he's got extra Bezos bucks in his pocket, but used your Prime, so he's a couple Bezos bucks short. Yaksha, how are you? You're enjoying your new glasses? I haven't gotten new glasses in like 4 years. During COVID, I got new glasses and then I never used them. So I have a new pair of glasses, but the prescription's a little stronger and I'm like, I want to hold on to my vision. I don't know what I think. I just feel like if I use the stronger prescription, it means my vision's just going to continually get worse. Elux, thank you for 23 months. Y'all, if you want to get any alerts out, now's the time to do it because the alerts will be off for the rest of today. But Elux, I appreciate you. Happy almost 2 years. That's a freaking long time. Brennis, what's going on? I'm going to try something. Oh, shit. I knew this was going to happen. Pretend it's fine. Just pretend it's fine. This happens every time. But I'm testing something. This happens every time, Tyler, and I know how to fix it. Okay? All right, I'm just checking some stuff. I don't understand why OBS makes me into this beautiful abstract Warhol. I'm just testing some things. I think this is going to be perfection. Okay. I mean, it's going to be perfection as it looks like this. Every time this happens, it's because I'm running the camera in 2 separate programs and it goes, oh, I break now? And so, yeah. But it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Like it never happened. I'm 3D. Just put your 3D glasses on. Oh my God, do they still do that anymore? Do we have 3D movies anymore? Hi, Bolt V. Yaksha. I wear glasses literally every waking hour of my life, and these were my first new pair in 10, 11 years. Ow! Did you feel like a new person? Yes, but Elix, thank you again for 23 months, my friend. Everything's fine. Also, yo, get your pants on, your question pants on, because we're gonna be playing through 10 dates, and I want y'all to think of questions for Paul. We're gonna do an interview and stuff, and I would like to throw it to y'all if you have any questions about the game process, FMVs in general, what Paul does. Now's the time to ask. I mean, you all know we love FMVs here. And I'm very excited because Whale's very generously sponsoring today's stream, but also Whale sent me codes for the new game that just dropped. So we're going to play that in the near future. Okay. Hold on here. Let me see. Mia and the Dragon Princess. And also they gave me some codes to give away. So we're going to do that in the future. It feels super different, but nice. Hi, Titan. What if I don't wear pants? Well, that's something you need to deal with. I need to close this because I need to make sure. Okay. Stops in the middle of putting on brown pants. Oh, those. Get the question pants out. Pants are leg prisons from Planet Bullshit. Big Daddy. Wait. So do you prefer shorts? Or like, are we just talking like pants in general or just a no-go? I have so many questions. I have a lot of questions about the pants. Cargo shorts for life. Mark had some of the worst cargo pants I've ever seen in college. Some of the worst. Hi, Chris. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Gotta watch the time, y'all. Hell yes, Mr. Tyler Jet. Chris Max, thank you for 500 biddies. And unlocking the single greatest GIF on Twitch. How are you doing, Chris? What the heck? Thank you for 500 biddies. We're just getting a little mini chat session in before I get started today. I appreciate you, Chris. Thank you for being here. How have you been? I hope life is treating you very, very well. Y'all, are you excited? I've been working on questions. I hope I got some good ones. I put my question pants on. Okay, Chad, if I can do it, you can. And but I do think this is a really cool opportunity. So if y'all have ever had questions or anything, oh, I'm not sure, but that's a good thought, Sales. Let's do it. You smart, Sales. Appreciate you. Hi, Brandon. I have all the inquiry slacks. Thank you. Brandon showing up and ready for business. Special pants for questioning. You know it, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. How you doing? It's good to see you. How have you been? Okay. I'm going to take a stand against these force fans. But I am happy your standing desk is working well and you're feeling like it was a good choice. It made me very happy to see that your back was feeling better after one day. Like, that's pretty darn cool. That just, I don't think our bodies are meant to sit as long as a lot of us have to for work. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild that we have to sit so much in general. I hope you're having a good... Ryan, are you taking this weekend off? I know that you are always a busy bee, and I admire you because I know you have the same kind of work ethic that I do. But I always think of you, Ryan, when I'm grinding, and I'm like, I hope Ryan gets to relax this week. I hope this weekend you can budget some time to just like put your feet up, eat a tasty treat. I don't know, do something. I am so proud of you for rejecting OT. I know it's hard. I've done that too, where I'm like, but it's OT. And then I'm like, no, I don't need it. Do I want to feel okay? Or do I want the OT? It's hard. It's hard to say no to that stuff. And also like when you're in a job where you feel like, I gotta do this. I gotta do it. Hi, Genova. How are you? I wanted to get started a little early today just to give you all the rundown, what's going down today. There won't be alerts post my little talking segment today, so we can focus fully on the interview with Paul. And then we're going to be playing through 10 dates, and he will be giving us commentary on the game, which is really cool because Paul Rashid is the writer and director of 10 Dates. And we've played a ton of games. Thank you to Wales for getting this going and reaching out to me to get this set up. And then also being able to do this is a really, really, I think, special thing. So I'm just very grateful. You want me to work OT? My rate is at least 2 times, not 1.5. Big Daddy, can you please give me I need you to like just walk in with me to things. And like, I'm like, oh, you gotta talk to BDO. Like, I'm sorry. This is my representation. I'll do some later, especially since I got a decent raise. Hell yes, Ryan. You deserve that. Like, for everything you've done, you 1000% deserve that raise. I'm physically imposing, so that would be fun. I'd be like, BDO is just my representation. I used to do OT all the time, but that was more because I really needed the money. These days, I'm just like, nah, I'm enjoying my time off. I think I've gotten to that point too, where I'm very much like, yeah, I just want to enjoy existing sometimes. You ever just get daunted by the fact that we're supposed to work until we can't anymore? But Fridays are about fun times, and so we won't go there. Ryan, are you like me where you have trouble sitting still? What cannot work? We got to get the existential crisis out of the way early, okay? I'm convinced that I am the only person here in the world that still dabs. Though I did see Jess dab yesterday, and I was like, I feel seen. But y'all, I know I'm also alive a little earlier than I usually am. Who is she? Not the Katie we know. Well, dab for charity. $2 dabs are definitely a very good incentive for charity. I watched the old video I made years ago when Twitch had a show. And it was before I was partnered, and it was like, introduce yourself. And I put in there, I will have you know, like, I have the title of world's cringiest dab. Hi, Gothic. I appreciate you. You are the sweetest. Y'all, Gothic is doing Goat Tell and fundraising for the lupus organization. So please go check out Gothic today and support also all the amazing creators doing Goat Tell right now, which is all weekend. Gothic, I know you're a busy bean. I hope you're doing really good. It's going to be a good weekend, chat. It's going to be a good day. We're going to have fun. I have a backup coffee. I already drank my coffee today. I got up early today, but I got a backup coffee. But I'm buzzing. Also, this stupid little can. Let me see if I can do some mental math. This stupid little can was like $2.10. Starbucks, let's not. Remorse, how are you doing? I hope you're having a great day today. Don't buzz off on us now. I'll try not to. All right. Hi, Rex. How are you? Everybody go follow my friend Rex. Rex is the bestest. How are you doing? You bought it anyway, though? I did. Because I wanted it. Okay, y'all. So today's plan, I'm going to be interviewing Paul Rashid, the writer-director of 10 Dates, and also many other FMVs that we've played on the channel. Also, he did the gallery, which we haven't played. So we got to get that on the list. But also today we're going to be doing a little interview, and then we're going to be hopping into 10 Dates, and he will be giving us commentary as we go. So there won't be alerts today. I will do my best to read chat as much as possible. Get your question pants on, because I'd love to source some questions from you all to throw at Paul if you want to know more about the process, things like that. And I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be good. I went live a little early today so we could chat beforehand. And I'm going to be jumping over shortly into a call with Paul and getting things set up for the interview. It's going to be good, Rex. How have you been? I hope you're doing great. Question 1, date as in going to dinner or date as in the fruit? Date as in going to dinner. It's a speed dating game. Wait, Rex, have you played FMVs at all? I think your commentary on FMVs would be phenomenal. You're doing wonderfully. I'm happy to hear that. You deserve to be doing wonderfully. Okay. I'm retweeting the tweet. I don't want to forget anything. And I'm going to get this out into the universe. If y'all would like to like and retweet this, get the word out, get people excited. Get people in here. Let's do the thing, y'all. Let's do the thing. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for coming by and saying hello to me. Thank you to everybody who's been like hyped as hell for this. I think it's gonna be a fun conversation today. So, hi Vissy BB, how are you? So y'all, if I don't respond to your comments in chat today, it's nothing personal. I'm just gonna be focused on Paul and doing the interview and everything, but I still love all of you. And I think you're all very cute. Like if I saw you across the room, I'd be winking, okay? Yeah, full motion video, interactive film. They're some of my favorites. They're so fun. Like they're just fun. From the deep, deep reaches of my soul, they're just a fun time. There's just something about these games too that speak to me. And so on so many levels, I just love being a part of the storytelling with the decisions I get presented with. It's a good time. Okay, so I might disappear. What I was gonna do for you all is actually play my BRB screen. Here, I'm gonna, I was muted there, right? I got everything set up on my mixer. I'm just checking. I'm just double checking. Yes. See, this time I didn't see a Kappa sale, so I know that we're good to go. Okay. So I'm going to give you all BRB screen, and then about 10 minutes prior, I'll switch to the interview starting soon screen. Actually, you know what? Maybe we'll just do that. We'll figure it out. We'll go with the flow. I'm going to hop into a call with Paul here in just a minute or so we can get set up. Hopefully, if there are any tech things, we can get them sorted. But y'all, thank you for being here. Thanks for sitting down with me and Paul, and I look forward to starting the interview. Okay, I'll see you all shortly. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Okay? Just don't do anything I wouldn't do.
The cool thing.
I will give it to you.
I almost died.
I died.
No! No!
What?
Okay, chat. We're getting things set up. And we'll be good to go here soon. Thank you all for being here. And I'll be back. Okay, chat, tell me. If you've played an FMV game, what is your favorite FMV game? Heck yes, Ryan. It's Revenge of the Fifth Day. Oh, yeah, it is. It is Cinco de Mayo. Happy Cinco de Mayo to anybody celebrating. Acid, get some sleep, BB. Soon TM. It's happening. It's happening. Soon. Okay. And if y'all got any questions, just start popping them into chat. Even if you just think of them, sales is wonderful. And it's got the bunker, man. That one was definitely memorable. That was a good time. Man. Man, oh man. I'm gonna sit down, I think. Well, my chair makes so much sound, chat. It's gonna be creaking. I haven't fixed it. I haven't gotten the time yet to make it happy. Canned beans, man. I'll never look at beans the same way. I don't honestly think I've ever played an FMV. They're so fun, Ryan. I went to another... I wonder where everyone was. Hi, Mamonus, how are you? An unhappy mic is the worst? That is true. Wait, what? Wait, did I say... I already forgot what I said. Hello, Mamo. Is that Mamo? How are you? It's lovely to meet you. How are you doing today? Welcome on in. I have water. I don't know. I feel like I'm vibrating a bit, so I'm wondering if I should not have my espresso and cream. You said, oh, my chair. I see what you're saying, Mammoth. I have my my gate turned up very loud, but the chair creaking is a lot. But I don't really want to put WD-40 on it. I'd rather just embrace that my chair makes sounds. I think I just need to tighten a screw or something on it. Okay, I'm going to hop into a call with Paul. I'm doing good recovering post-workout. Pretty sure I'm going to fall out of my own chair. I'm proud of you. Get those gains. All right, y'all. I'll be back shortly with Paul. Thank you for being here today. Spread the word about stream. There's the tweet. And I will see you all shortly with Paul. All right, BRB. Hello, everybody. We are here. I have Paul Rashid with me. Hello, Paul. Welcome. Thank you for being here today.
Much for having me, Katie. I'm super excited for this.
Y'all, Paul is a wonderful director and writer of several FMV games that we've played. 10 Dates, 5 Dates, The Gallery. As meant, you did The Complex as well. So you've been doing this for a while.
2019 was when I did The Complex, and then there's a short one that I did called Death Trap Dungeon, The Golden Room, that some people may have played. That's like a little demo thing that's on Steam as well. So yeah, that's a nice. It's like a fantasy thriller kind of thing. So that's really fun.
I saw,
but it's a very short one.
I saw footage of that and it looked beautiful. So I'm like, I got to get that, and I have to get The Gallery played because those are the two I haven't played by you yet. So you also do film, as well as I see you did a music video. You've done a lot over the last few years. How long have you been doing it?
It makes me sound old, but I think I've been working professionally in the film industry since 2014. So that's like next year will be 10 years since I went straight into it straight out of uni. And then I was in linear film for a bit. So I did sort of supernatural thrillers kind of thing. So I wrote and had a Ground, which was a small little indie teen supernatural thriller, which was loads of fun. Then I did my first film that I directed was called Winterstoke House, which is like a psychological, supernatural, haunted house film. Then I did White Chamber, which was like a sci-fi thriller. And then that was like my last linear traditional film that I did. And then from 2019, I've basically just been exclusively doing interactive films.
That's a lot. That's an amazing kind of like body of work just since 2014. Do you have a favorite genre you like to work in? Fantasy, sci-fi, horror, comedy?
I mean, it's it's funny because we're doing 10 Dates today, which is like a rom-com. So
yeah.
It's like that. Obviously I started I think a lot of like people in the indie world, when they're first getting into it, they like to get into thrillers and horror and sci-fi because I think there's a lot of room for creative expression, even on a low budget in those genres. So I think that's kind of a genre people are naturally drawn to at the start of their careers. But I've always been interested in everything. I've always been a big rom-com fan, a big comedy fan, a big, kitchen sink dramas, like every kind of genre. It was just at the beginning, my career, I took that path, which was going into sort of genre films, horrors, thrillers, sci-fi. So that was kind of where I, became, cut my teeth and learnt my trade. But then once the opportunity to make a rom-com came up, I was like, yeah, absolutely. So I wouldn't say I have a genre that I especially love. I just want to explore all of them, especially in the interactive format.
Yeah. And that makes me wonder, what made you want to pursue directing and writing? Was it always a passion of yours? When you were little, were you like, I'm going to be a director?
I actually started off wanting to be an actor. Like acting was kind of my first kind of passion in the industry. And then I'm very lucky that I was born into the industry in the sense that my dad, when I was growing up was a cinema operator. So he ran cinemas. So when I was growing up, I was watching loads of films for free in the cinema. So I was like falling in love with the form from a very young age, and then he sort of moved into production. So I was always able to shadow him and learn about how the work, how an actual film production worked. From the behind the scenes to on a set, that kind of stuff. So in a way, I was a little bit of a nepo baby, but I was able to it just helped me understand what I wanted to do and where I wanted to fit into the industry. So once I sort of came out after uni, still wanting to be in the industry, I was still wanting to be an actor, but I was then actually, I really liked the writing side of things and the direction, and I wanted to just kind of explore that a bit more. So around when I turned about 25, then I realized actually I want to focus solely on the writing and the directing. So I was very fortunate to kind of have the chance to see the different aspects of the industry close up and personal, and have a little sample of each of them before I was like, actually, this is what I really want to do, and where I think I have something really new to say.
Yeah. So you got to kind of do it all and then pick what you wanted to do out of that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, which was nice. Yeah.
So I know you're in FMVs, which is full motion video. If anyone doesn't know what that is, it is a interactive film where you're watching a film and then you get presented with questions as you're playing that honestly can have some very detrimental effects if you choose wrong. It's one of my favorite parts of playing FMVs. But what was your first introduction to FMVs?
It was in 2019 when I got approached by John Giwaamu of Good Gate Media and Jade Alexander, who was the co-producer on The Complex. They'd basically seen my last film, White Chamber, which was traditional linear film that sort of played a few festivals in 2018, and it was on Netflix, and so it had quite a lot of visibility in that sense. So it was a really good springboard for my career in the sense that other people became aware of my work. So John and Jay just sort of approached me saying, look, we like what you did on that film, which was a small sci-fi thriller. And we've got this sci-fi thriller that we think you'd be really suited to, but it's also interactive. So I was like, okay, obviously Bandersnatch had just come out, so I knew immediately what they were trying to do. I watched the stuff that Wales Interactive had done before. I watched Late Shift. I've always been a casual gamer, so I played Heavy Rain Until Dawn. So it was kind of and even when I was doing normal films, I was interested in non-linear storytelling, so like alternate realities, fragmented timelines. So my brain was kind of quite used to the idea of non-linear storytelling, interactive, branching narrative kind of thing. So it was diving into something completely new, but I think I was able to wrap my head around it quite quickly because it was a format that I was quite familiar with anyway. I wasn't familiar with the history of FMV that goes back into the 90s and stuff, but I've only realized now how long the history is. But it was choose an adventure books, like those are all I was familiar with it. So from 2019 onwards, I kind of just immersed myself in this format, and I've just been with each project learning something new each time, and hopefully improving.
Yeah, I think I saw an interview that said you wish you had made the game Until Dawn, which is another one of those like branching. I love Heavy Rain and any of those kind of games. Like I'm all about those too. Would you ever, just this is my own curiosity, want to work on a motion capture game at all?
I absolutely would. I mean, again, it's an area of visual effects that I have no idea about how logistically you go about doing it. Obviously, broadly, I understand, but the actual technicalities of how and how you would stage and how you would basically direct a scene that was mocap. But it's absolutely something I would love to do because, like you said from that interview, some of my favorite games in this kind of format of storytelling are Until Dawn and things like Until Dawn, The Quarry, Man and Medan. So that's absolutely something I'd love to try and get into at some point.
Yeah, those are really fun. I've always enjoyed those, which is why I think I like these FMVs that you make as well. It's that decision making that has a lot of effect. Like you're part of the storytelling process, which I always appreciate that as a player. One thing I love about your FMVs specifically, and also I watched White Chamber last night, and I was like riveted the entire time. It was great.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh,
yeah,
thanks for digging that up.
I pulled it up and I was like, I'm gonna watch this, and like I just literally sat there engrossed in it for the whole thing. And I have to say, I love the cinematography and just the way that things are shot. How do you get your vision to come through? Like when you're on the set, what are you pulling from to what you see in your head come out on film?
So really good question. I mean, I think the advantage I had with a lot of my projects is being able to work consistently with the same team. So like I've the cinematographer on the gallery was the same person who he'd worked with me on White Chamber, he worked with me on the Complex, he worked with me on 5 Dates. He was helping the actors kind of shoot themselves. So being able to have consistent relationships, especially when you're shooting something non-linear, because that it is slightly a different language when you're on set and you're shooting and you're having to get through so much stuff all the time. That kind of being able to have the logistical side of creative relationship down and have a shorthand with someone that helps you kind of because that can take up a lot of the time if you don't have any, like, you're building new chemistry with someone kind of thing. But so immediately when you've got that and they're familiar with creatively what I like to how I like to tell my stories and what type of things I need to do. So I think the consistency of being able to work with the same people, and obviously 10 Dates as well, Wales Interactive and Good Gate Media, this is our fourth together, I think. Complex, Death Trap, 5 Dates, 10 Dates, fourth thing together. So right across the board, as much as possible, just keeping the consistency with the same people. So there's always that shorthand. But then I think it's just about being realistic with knowing what the limits are of what you can shoot in the time that you've got and the resources that you've got. As well, because I think the thing that people I think one of the big examples I always think of is if you're not that experienced in working with under certain restrictions, like the anecdote you always hear is directors who they're in the edit of the film, they've shot the film, and then they have to put a guide score on for the music, and they'll get like Hans Zimmer and they'll get like these big epic scores, but it's like that's unrealistic of what you can actually achieve, because that's Hans Zimmer has done it with the London Orchestra and things like that. So I think being able to understand, being able to temper your ambition and know what is possible and how you can maximize what you can do with your resources. So in White Chamber, for example, I knew the asset we had was this incredible space. Even though it was tiny, it was a really interesting, the floor was really reflective. We had an incredible actor in there, and the walls, even though they were completely it looked amazing. Even if someone put their face right up against it, it looked really interesting. So just being able to maximize what you have as economically as possible, that's where you can come up with the most creativity when you learn how to really work within your restrictions, if that makes sense. So I think that kind of just comes with me being fortunate enough to have made a few of these things. So it just comes with experience. I think that your vision becomes clearer because you can adjust to whatever the restrictions that you're shooting are.
Yeah, which I think is a great segue into, you did 5 Dates before 10 Dates, obviously, which was during the pandemic. And I had read that you sent iPhones and equipment to the actors to kind of set everything up. How was that? How is directing that different than being on a set?
It was so different. And I've just talked about how I've had assistant crew, but the thing with 5 Dates is that you couldn't have any crew in the room with the actors. The DOP, we had a costume designer, but they could only talk to the actors, and the actors had to do the things all themselves. So they had to set up the phone, they had to light themselves, they had to dress themselves, they had to production and their backdrop, they had to do their own makeup. And then even they had to literally, once the phone got filled up, they had to basically do the DIT, where they offloaded all the files from the camera onto a hard drive, which is, on a film set, that's it's actually quite a crucial. There's a lot of checks and balances that are done, because it's like, if something goes wrong, you've lost a whole card worth of footage, which could be like 3 hours worth of footage. So we put a lot of responsibility on all of them, and they all just, they're in. The more I think back on it, what's absolutely incredible to do the jobs of all of departments, as well as act that delivering such amazing performances and learning their lines and the actual thing that they were mainly hired to do was just absolutely extraordinary. So I was again very blessed to have been working with some really great actors who had the initiative to do all of that for themselves as well. So that was a really interesting thing looking back on it.
They did a lot more than just act, it sounds like, and no pressure like transferring 3 hours of footage, hoping it gets where it needs to go. Yeah, that would be stressful. So did your experience on 5 dates change anything for what you did for 10 dates? Obviously, it wasn't remotely filmed anymore, but specifically with how you approach the storylines?
It's a really good question. I think we with 10 dates in any way we wanted to try and have it as building on what was in 5 dates. We wanted it to, we wanted to take everything that people liked about 5 dates, from the characters to the structure to the setup to the mechanics to the games that they played on the second dates. We wanted to take all of that and then try and just make it bigger, expand it. So we doubled the characters. We had a female protagonist, so you're dating men. So obviously that was a thing that immediately doubled the scale of what it was. You're coming into the real world, so we needed to get some cool locations that people could shoot in. And yeah, just trying to, and thematically explore new territory and new things, as well as, create an extra level of representation. So it was, I don't think there was anything that we saw on 5 dates that springs to my mind that we were like, ooh, that was a mistake, and we didn't do it on 10 dates. I think it was mainly just taking, because thankfully 5 dates was just really well received. And I think, I'm quite a masochist in the sense that I like to read a lot of reviews, even the negative ones, because and I think I've got quite good, because I was just looking, when I read the negative reviews of 5 dates, a lot of it I can kind of be like, look, this sounds like someone that I don't think was gonna like it no matter what we did,
Yeah.
Like, it's just not their cup of tea. So like I'm quite good at being objective in the sense of, when I can pick something that is good, that is constructive, from something that may appear very negative, I'm quite good at filtering them out. And on 5 dates, I can't, at least that pops into my head, I can't think of anything especially that was a big thing that we were like, okay, we can't do that in 10 dates. It was just basically taking that as the building blocks and expanding it out, really. But yeah.
Yeah, I was like, maybe I shouldn't ask this, but I was going to ask you if you've encountered anyone who might see 5 dates or 10 dates and go, oh, wow, a dating sim, and kind of write it off because of that, and not actually give it the chance that it deserves. Because from my experience, I've played both, and I feel like they're very poignant and thought-provoking, and they've brought up excellent discussions in my chat specifically. And is that a goal of yours when you're making these games?
Yeah, I think I grew up really enjoying rom-coms as a genre anyway. Comedies, romantic dramas, romantic comedies, everything. So, the structure of them was something I wanted to, but also there's a lot to be gained from reality TV, even like dating shows. I think watched a lot before 5 days. There was a show on Netflix called Dating Around that for me was like, I don't know if you watched it or if anyone in the chat watched it.
I haven't seen it, but now I'm curious.
So it's Netflix, and I like binge watched it like about, I think it came out a year before we did 5 dates, and there's so many of those shows where they touch on themes and things, even like what may seem like the most simple reality TV show. Like, I'm a big fan of Love Island here in the UK. I guess it's in America as well.
Yeah.
So even those shows, like, they do touch on a lot of themes, a lot of emotions that are universal to people in trying to find love. Because that brings out that brings out all kinds of emotions and themes and things that are intimate and universal and human. So I think it was such an amazing thing to just sort of be able to research and dive into. And, I'm just glad that everything I wanted to say resonated with people. Because, and like I said, if it doesn't, then, that's cool as well. I know it's not, I know when we set out making 5 dates, there was, I think when they were doing the play testing, from what I remember, was attractive were like the amount of people who were surprised at how much they liked it, who were like, they went into it being like, oh, and I read some of the Steam reviews and people are like, I didn't think I was going to like this, but I actually I just got into it, and they like dragged me in, and I'm like, that's cool. Like, it's a genre of game that is, is fairly niche. And it's never really been done in the FMV space before when we did 5 dates. So that's cool. That's just cool to see, to show people that something is possible.
You're brave going into that comment section, but I applaud you for it, because it can get rough in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. But I don't know. I think I've become, as I said, I've become quite good at, if someone's just trolling or like they clearly just didn't get it and they just don't, it's not their thing. It's totally cool. Everyone has their own tastes. But like, I do it because I think sometimes you can get a nugget in there of something someone says. If they say something that is like I remember, there's a negative review. I won't say which film which FMV it is, but I read one of them and they said, I struggle to care about some of the characters. And for me, then I'm like, actually, that's interesting. I'm like, why is that? Why are you not caring about the characters? Is there something I can improve there? Because I'm like, to me, even if everything else they've said is negative, that to me is something I can pick out and be like, okay, that's something I can work on in my character work when I'm writing something, or in the, when I'm directing the actors or on set. That's something that's key and crucial. And if, that people aren't caring about the characters, that feels like something that is something I can work on and improve possibly. So yeah, I think I'm quite good at filtering out the useless from the useful when it comes to negative
That's
criticism.
a good skill to have. It really is. We have a question from chat for those who are watching live. Also, if you have questions for Paul, please put them in chat. Sales asks, did making FMVs during the lockdown times open up new paths to getting the scenes you want, and how will it influence future projects? Would you / will you still do something like that even without the restrictions?
I think that's a really interesting question. I think because it was obviously at that time all I had done beforehand was the complex. So which was really interesting, was it meant that, obviously in the complex, they're in a set, they can move around quite a lot, they can go into different rooms, they can go to different locations, you can cut to different characters. Whereas in this, it's just these two people talking to each other. So a majority of the decisions that you're going to do are going to be dialogue based, regardless of, obviously there's, you can, the famous Vinny twerking scene and things like that, there exactly. So like, and when they're playing the games, there is to have them move around or do decisions that lead to actions, but a lot of it was always just going to be dialogue, character-based things. So I think that was, and just being able to, I think I went out very early, and I was like, okay, like what we were saying earlier, I was like, that's a restriction that I need to work within. It needs to be about these characters. So the dialogue needs to be sharp. The characters need to be always changing. You always need to be discovering new things about these characters and new interests about these characters, as you would on a date anyway. But I knew that the focus would have to be on character and dialogue more so than, something which was being shot in a space where you could get actors and characters doing more actions. So, which again it goes against everything you're kind of told as a filmmaker, really, because it's like the show don't tell kind of thing. Whereas like actually you've got to tell everything, because that's kind of what it is anyway. You're getting to know someone. They're going to be giving what may seem exposition, but how else are you going to find out about someone unless they tell you about it? On a date. So it was to embrace that, and just seeing how people didn't against it. Obviously, I think people understood, obviously, that it is just people talking to each other on video calls. But I think that was something that was a really great exercise to learn how to embrace. Not that I couldn't show, had to tell, and how to do that effectively. Obviously, having great actors that pull off that dialogue and pull off, can hold your attention for, when they're like literally staring directly at you for most of the film, is a great help. But just being able to tell a story in that way, I don't know now, post-pandemic, want to see, because there was quite a lot of stuff that came out that was webcam based. I still think it might be too close to that era, that period, to really go back into that realm again for a while. But I mean, who knows? I would, maybe in 5 years or something, we could make another one of these franchises where we're going back, and it is set in the pandemic time, and it is following Callum's dating adventures when he downloaded the app and was video calling people, because have elapsed, and it feels like something that's a bit more of a period piece, talking about a certain window of time. But I think at the moment it's a bit too soon to go back into that form of video call storytelling. But again, like I said, it's, if you get the right characters and the right dialogue and the right actors, it's a perfectly brilliant way of telling, of getting a point across. I think I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed working within those restrictions.
Yeah, it was more intimate. Like, I feel like when we were all in Zoom at that point too, so it was just like another way to kind of have some fun during the pandemic. but I would be very curious to see Callum's path at some point.
I think a lot of people are. That's one of the things that I did notice. That there's a lot of Callum love, which I'm not surprised by.
Callum was great. So I'm curious how you come up with the questions that we as players need to answer. Like some of them seem really benign at the time. We're like, oh yeah, I like this, but then later on they'll bite us in the butt, essentially. And like coming up with the questions that have so much weight on them, where you're in that decision, you feel the pressure to make the right choice. Is it hard to come up with that kind of dialogue and questioning?
I think whenever I set out, no matter what the genre of it is, you always want choices that people have stake on them. Even like they have stakes attached to them, you know, whether it's something like life and death, like the complex or the gallery, to something like 5 dates and 10 dates. I think people will invest in those kinds of decisions because that's what a date is, right? It's like you're sitting opposite someone who you hopefully are attracted to, and you're constantly processing in your head, okay, is this the right thing to say? Is that the right thing to say? Am I going to give them the ick if I do this? Is this the right movement to do? You know, is it okay if I do this? So that's like tapping into that, you know, primal thing that, you know, that every single thing on a date is a decision that we've made in our head from a pool of a million options most of the time. That's a really good base from which I can work on and be like, okay, that, you know, how can you skew the dialogue into, you know, ramping that tension up and that pressure up, and how can I make sure that that an audience feels that this decision matters, and it feels like what I'm going to say here is going to change something, or it's going to have an immediate effect or an effect further down the line, or I'm going to look silly, or they're going to like it, or I don't know, is it a gamble if I say this or not, kind of thing.
Yeah, which I definitely feel like there's times I've like, oh, this isn't an important thing to answer, and then later on I've been like, oh, that definitely was something I should have been paying more attention to. I'm curious how long it takes from like when you conceptualize a game like 10 dates and you go through from start to finish, how long it takes to make a FMV game, essentially.
Question is, it's not really in my hands. It's however long I'm given.
Yeah.
I think 5 dates was a bit mad because it happened quickly. So yeah, it happened in the first lockdown in 2020, and I think first like 6 weeks of that I had nothing. I was like everybody else. I was just at home, just playing Call of Duty, FIFA with my friends, like, you know, going out on one run a day or a walk, and just sort of like living that life. And luckily, you know, after that 6 weeks, I was getting really restless and, you know, missing work and that kind of stuff. And luckily, John Guamu from Goodgate kind of rang me up, and I guess was feeling the same way, and was like, do you want to make something?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, please, man. Like I'd love to. And then he was sort of, do you have any concepts that could be done as video calls? Because, you know, starting to make stuff remotely, whether that be webcam based or, you know, I know there was also things that people were shipping camera gear to people, and they were shooting stuff within their homes and stuff. So and I was like, okay, I had an idea idea that I never really told anybody about, but I wanted to make a dating rom-com anyway that would have been in the real world. So basically how we ended up making 10 dates, I always kind of wanted to make that off the complex, but you know, the opportunity to pitch it never arose until John rang me up and was like, look, do you have an idea? And I said, okay, I've been seeing that all the dating apps have been enabling video calling, so people could still date while in lockdown, and we're having these video calls, which was like a really interesting dynamic. And I just watched YouTube videos of people doing them, and had some friends who'd done them, and I asked them what they were like and things like that. So I did a bit of research, and I was like, I think this could work. I really think it could translate from that idea I wanted to shoot in real life to it could be exactly the same, just on. So he was like, cool, let's do it. Let's get it done as quickly as possible. So I wrote the first draft of 5 dates, I think in 2 weeks.
2 weeks, like with all the branching dialogue and
yeah. But I'd had like six weeks of like recharging all my batteries, so I was like raring to go. So I was like, as soon as I got the opportunity, I just like hunkered down, wrote straight, like absolutely like blitzed through it. Like all that creative energy was like just came out. So yeah, we got the we got the crew involved. We started casting remotely, which was great. You know, because I think when I was doing the casting on it, you're auditioning them and they're on a video call with you, so it's like you're basically seeing them. Because usually when you're auditioning, they're just coming to a random room and you're filming them and they're in their own clothes. But this audition was effectively what we would actually get in the actual 5 days, because they were within their home, they were on their webcam, and so it was a really authentic audition process. And we saw so many amazing actors. So that happened really quickly, and then we shot it in like 10 days, I think.
That's amazing to me, because I was like, this stuff has probably to be months, months and months and months.
I think 5 dates was a blitz. It was like May 2020, and then it came out in November 2020. So that was, I don't know, that's like 5 months, 6 months, 6 months. Yeah, 6 months. So that was a really quick one. 10 dates it wasn't too much longer. I think I started writing it in October 2021, and we shot it in March 2022, and then it didn't release until Valentine's Day this year, but it was ready at the end of summer, around August time. So yeah, you're looking at between, again, I think 5 dates was a bit of an extreme example, but I guess the way I've been working is looking at 8 months, 8 to 9 months.
That's still a long time. That's a lot to pour into a project. And I think it's important to remember, like, it's when a game comes out, there's so much behind the scenes that goes into it. And it's not just, oh, here it is. We didn't just slap it together. There's a lot of thought and effort that goes into it.
Absolutely.
And I am curious, are there any characters specifically, like thinking about 10 dates, you got a whole cast of characters. Are any of them inspired by real life people you have met, or no?
Well, I mean, I always get asked this question. I think starts is I always work out what I want to say with a character. Like what I want them to embody, what I want them to represent, I want them to be as a person. Before I even get into sort of their mannerisms or how they present or how they speak or anything like that. I want to work out at the core, who is this person? What are their values? What is the journey we're going to go on with them? Whether it's good or bad or indifferent kind of thing. So I think I always want to work out what I want to say with a character before any of the other stuff comes in, and then but then what influences them, I pull it from everywhere. I pull it from things I've seen, films, TV, people I've met, probably come into, obviously, celebrities that you see, now on TikTok, you'll see podcasters and stuff like that. Like, it's just a melting pot of so many different influences that will all kind of come together and conglomerate to make a character. I think in one of the screenwriting books that was the big influence on me, Story by Robert McKee, he makes the differentiation between character and characterization. And character is kind of what I was alluding to before, that is, who is this person and who are they going to become in the journey. And then characterization is everything, that how they dress, how they speak, how they look. It's all those things that, it's the body in which you put the essence of the character into. So I definitely start with who is the character, start with the character, what I want to say, and then from then the characterization is just a melting pot of all sorts of influences, which can be from my life, they can be from a friend, from stories my friends have told me, they could be from things I've seen, things I've experienced. It's all a massive melting pot of loads of different things.
Yeah. And what I appreciate about the characters you make, especially in 10 dates, is like you get little nuggets, and sometimes you're like, is that a red flag? But it's just because you don't have the full picture yet. And then later on, you kind of feel like a jerk because you're like, oh, I thought that was a red flag, but there's actual motivation and there's actually a reason why this person did X, Y, Z. So I appreciate the layers to the characters that you create and bring to life. Yeah, I was wondering if you have a favorite dating path in 10 dates.
Oh, I wouldn't be able to say. I love all of them. I love all the characters, and yes, that includes Ty for a lot of people who don't like Ty. I know that. I do like them all. I think there's something interesting to be found in all of them, and I would say that I have a preferred path with each character that I think I would love people to play and see kinds of things. But I would say, if I had to. I mean, I do enjoy Bash. I think Bash's journey and his arc is a really interesting one, and touches on themes. And being from the UK, the Bash is quite synonymous with a certain culture of British boys. So I think there's something very culturally specific that resonates with locally for me with Bash. As I said, I really like Ty as well. I think he's if you don't take him seriously, which I think is the best way to approach a character like that, he does and says some really stupid, funny stuff. So like, as long as you know like how to approach a character like that, I think there's a lot of fun to be had with Ty's path. Not necessarily for maybe a lasting, long loving relationship at that time, but I think there's a lot of fun to be had. It depends. I think the beauty of these 5 dates and 10 dates is that you can approach it looking for looking to play it in all kinds of different ways. You can try and find someone. You can go into it looking for love for how you would personally go looking for love, or how you think Misha should do it, or how you think Ryan should do it, as characters in their own right. Or you can go and do it and just kind of, let's see what happens if I insult everybody. Let's go have it to it and see what happens if I am nice to everybody. Let's go and just not take it seriously and just see who all these characters are and what their stories are. So I don't think there's a right answer of how you experience or play these things. I think it's totally subjective, and I encourage people to kind of just try and play it with various different mindsets in mind, and just kind of see what you can tease out of the story in that way. Because if you go into it being like, okay, I'm going to go in, I'm going to play it with my preferences of what I look for in a partner, you're probably going to play it once and then kind of be like, okay, I found the person I liked.
Yeah.
But then but maybe try and explore someone else, or see maybe someone else is better suited to Misha, or you just want to see what it's like dating someone who's the complete opposite of what you're interested in.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I would say about it.
Yeah. The replayability of these games are so fun because you can literally, how many endings are there to 10 dates? Do you know off the top of your head?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
There's a lot.
Yeah, because each character has like, they have a good ending, they have a neutral ending, they have a bad ending, and then they have like early endings. Yeah, if you can tank it early or things like that. So
you just botch it from the get-go. I do have a question from chat from Barry, who's asked, glad you got to do a cameo on 10 dates, and would you do another one in the future?
I'm always looking to do cameos in all of them. I mean, sometimes it's more by necessity than sort of creative choice. So like, yeah, the 10 days one was full on. Like, that was me there behind, working as a bartender, trying to chat up Brandy. So that was a full on one. But I like, in the complex, I'm the voice of the lab. So every time you hear
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's me. Same in the gallery, my voice is in there somewhere. 5 dates, my voice is in there as well, actually. I'm Maya's roommate who shouts, who's like, oh,
they're like
Maya's
Easter eggs, kind of. Yeah.
So I think I'm in all of them in some way, but the 10 dates was the first time I was in it myself as a person, FMV, so to speak. So I don't know if I want to do that very often, but definitely like my voice or something will feature in there somewhere.
Yeah. You're making your own cinematic universe with like the Stan Lee, like,
I realize
cameos.
Technically they could all be the same person.
Yeah.
If it's a shared universe, there's no reason to say that my character was not Maya's roommate, then worked as a bartender to shut up Randy, and then in the dystopian future of the complex became, a voice actor for the lab. There's nothing to say that this is not the same person. Just kind of across.
I like that. So. I think we should make that a thing. You've gotten the opportunity to work with a lot of incredible actors and actresses over the years, and does that ever feel surreal to you to get to work with some of these people?
Yeah, and fun enough, since you've just watched White Chamber, getting all of the actors in there,
yes,
but especially for me, Oded Fur.
I was geeking out about that myself.
It was like, so, I mean, for me, The Mummy is like top 5.
Me too.
Films of all time for me.
It's my comfort film. Like, it's my favorite film.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it is definitely one of the, and I would say it's like, I'd go as far as saying it's one of the films that made me with film, because it was like, it's it ticks everybody. It's like exciting, it's scary, it's funny. It just makes you feel all these emotions. It's what like the most incredible adventure film that you could find, and it just had such an impact on me. So to actually get the chance to work with Oded, and again by that same Shauna McDonald.
Yeah.
I mean, the Mummy I watched when I was younger, so it kind of had a more seminal, profound experience for me at a young age. But The Descent, again, was such an, yourself as a horror fan, The Descent is one of the greatest, horror films of the last 30, 40 years. So again, that and something I watched in my teenage years that, really made me fall in love with the genre as well. So getting to work with both of them, but definitely working with Oded, and like I kept the fanboy within me until we got through the shoot. And then like on the final day of wrap, I had like a couple of glasses of champagne. I was like, look, Oded, I just need to tell you, man, like it's like crazy that I'm working with you.
Yeah.
So that was awesome. But again, the gallery, Anna Popplewell from Narnia and Rain, that was amazing. She's someone I've had so much respect for over the years. George Blagden as well from Vikings and Versailles, that he was in the gallery as well. 5 Dates, 10 Dates, there are so many actors in there whose work I've been familiar with, like Mandip Gill, Sinead Harnett's music. She played Paige I was familiar with her music, and lots of my friends love her music. So that it is amazing when you kind of get to work with someone whose work you've like really engaged with, especially when I was younger, and I wasn't working professionally or even an adult in the industry. So and you kind of watch them as in awe, and then getting to actually work with them, it's always quite surreal and fun. So there's always a fanboy inside me, who's ready to come out whenever possible.
I just think it's incredible the amount of people you've worked with, and just specifically watching White Chamber last night, I was like, this would have been really really cool to get to work with these people. Are there any actors or actresses you hope to work with in the future?
The list is huge, but I guess the one actor I always cite whose work I've always been a fan of is Jake Gyllenhaal. I'm a really, really big fan of his work and diversity of work that he does across all sorts of different genres. Like, he's done from like, blockbuster thrillers to, kitchen sink dramas, to rom-coms, to horrors, to, he's done it, and he always brings his A game. And so I think just having someone who's so chameleonic like that, I think would really suit an FMV, being able to like kind of modulate and go, explore all these different emotional paths and sides of a character. I feel like, just as someone whose work I really admire, he would be great. But also I think as someone whose work and their style suits this format, I think he's always the name that pops into my head when I think of someone. Yeah.
So in a similar vein, is there like a dream project that you would like to manifest at some point?
Oh my God. Like a proper Until Dawn style horror, like in a really amazing remote location, just like the setup of Until Dawn. Maybe more supernatural leaning than Until Dawn was. I know that was more of a creature feature kind of thing.
Yeah.
Slash feature kind of thing. Maybe something more in like the Conjuring universe, kind of supernatural side of things.
Yeah.
That would be something I'd love to do. Or just like a really big bells and whistles rom-com, like like a wedding event, like wedding setup or something like that, on like a like in Malta or somewhere, or like Ibiza or something, which is just like chaos with lots of parties and stuff, where you've got like lots of choice and lots of fun kind of things happening. So those would be the two I would say I would like to try and do one day.
Yeah, well, I'd like both of those, so I'm going to put that out into the universe. I guess just a couple more things, because I know I could talk to you for like hours, I think, and just ask you a bunch of questions. I also know you directed a music video, which I watched, and it's by Ritter, right? I hope I'm saying it right.
Yes.
And the song Hero.
Yeah.
And I really liked, because I know you weaved metaphors of codependency and how that can affect relationships into that. And I'm a big fan of metaphors, commentary, allegories weaved into the stories that I consume. Is that something that you make a point of when you're creating content, that you want to layer things and philosophical things into what you're making?
Like, I mean, first and foremost, thank you. I think you're the first person who's ever interviewed me who's asked me, and what's the music video?
It's a great video. I was, again, like White Chamber. I was just like riveted from the get-go.
Oh no, thank you, Katie. But yeah, absolutely. Like, see, there's. I feel like it's something. As I get older as a person, I'm 30 now. So as I was going through the journey and when I started this journey, I was 21. So as you're growing as a person and your interests change, and you have more life experiences and things like that. Obviously, themes and things are going to come in and out of your life that you become more interested in, or and your taste is going to change. So I think I'm always going through, looking, trying to learn and educate myself about different things that may interest me, that I want to just kind of go down a rabbit hole and learn more about, and then see how I can interweave that, if that would be a fit into a story that I'm trying to tell. So I think, yeah, absolutely. I'm always trying. As much as I do love, I'm a very plot-based person when I write and when I tell stories, but I always think that with an ever-evolving plot, there's so much opportunity to say more than just this is what's happening, this is what you're seeing. Can there be a subtext, or can you say something even bigger than what you're just seeing? So can you entertain people with what is happening in front of them on one level, but also say something that makes people think a bit deeper on a bigger level? So, but yeah, I always try and interweave something into it.
Yeah. Well, I notice it and I like it. So I just appreciate the way that you write your stories.
Thank you.
So I'll try to wrap it up with just a few more questions. Do you have a favorite project you've worked on?
Wow. Question.
It's probably like trying to pick your favorite child or something like that.
It is. And it's a weird one because like I said, I all of them at such different periods of my 20s, because I guess your 20s you're changing all the time.
Yeah.
Like I was 24 when I made White Chamber, and then what White Chamber did for my career, like the journey on it with, in 2018 it went to 10 film festivals. I got to travel the world with that film, and it was on Netflix, and shooting it was with such incredible people, and creatively I got to do so many cool things. So that was such a an film in my my growth as a filmmaker and as a person. It has such a dear place in my heart for that reason. But then The Complex was my first interactive film, and that was when I was learning, and my world was open to this whole new language of storytelling, and getting to work with the amazing actors Michelle Milette, Kate Dickey, Al Weaver on that, and the shoot was incredible fun on that as well. So and I learned so much. And then 5 Dates, for the unique experience of what it was, and how seeing how deep 5 Dates touched people. I think 5 Dates out of all of them is the one that I get DMs from people on Instagram we're saying like it really, some people who said like it really helped me. I really, it really cheered me up in a dark place in the pandemic. So I don't think I can pick a favorite, because all of them have such deep, profound meaning to me.
Yeah.
And I think I'm blessed in that way, because I've been lucky that every single film I've made has a place in my heart for that reason.
Yeah.
I'm sure, as making films for the rest of my life, I like to hope that it won't happen, but maybe there will be one film I make where I'm like, I didn't get anything out of it personally. But I would say, they all have such a deep meaning to me. For different reasons, so I couldn't pick a favorite. If you asked me a context of like which was your favorite for this reason, or which was your favorite for that, I could answer it, but I don't think I could say like there's one that rules
them all.
One that rules them all. Yeah, one film that rules them all. Yeah.
I think it's more special though that they're like each project has like a part of your heart. It's not like, oh, this one definitely overshadowed everything else, so it shows that everything hopefully has a special moment for you, which I think is honestly amazing to have that versus just one thing. So I guess one of the last questions I have is, what do you hope is the main takeaway people will have when they watch any of your content, whether it be a movie or an interactive film? And what mark do you hope to not only leave in film and entertainment, but in people's lives?
That's a good question. Something I said earlier, that I want people to approach these things with with in mind that the right way to experience an interactive story is however you want to experience it. I don't want I wouldn't want people being like we've got to go in and we did it wrong, we played it wrong, we viewed it wrong, and I don't want people to. I want these to be things that you are creating the objective for the character in your own way. I mean, you can fail at that objective, and that's part of the fun. You could go into 5 dates and say, I want to, Vinny to live happily ever after with Shayna, and then you don't quite do that. That's where the game element comes into it.
Yeah.
But that is, going and playing 5 dates and being like, I want my feature length version of playing this to be Vinny falls in love with Shane and they live happily ever after. That is every bit as valid as I want to play and live happily ever after with Maya. Mm-hmm. That is every bit as valid as I want all of these women to hate me and Vinny to end up alone. That is as valid. You can I don't want people to, and I'd love people just explore all of those different ways of experiencing these puzzle boxes of films. So I think the main thing to kind of just open people's minds to, the possibility and the personal nature of story, and that what these allow you to explore, and if that makes sense. And then I guess I would say I'd like that to be my mark, that that it can be something that opens up how we experience story in a filmic sense and in a game sense. That there is no one right way to view it. Every way is the right way if it comes from what you want and how you personally want to experience a story. I would say I think opening people's minds to that would be, and understanding that non-linear storytelling is viable, and the group, and allowing people to experience films and games in a new way as a group, mm-hmm. as you do with your community and stuff. That's also, part of the mark that I'd like to leave, to, have as many people embracing that form of enjoying stories as possible.
Yeah, that's amazing. And I guess, will there be a 15 dates?
Well, we don't know if we don't know what the precedent we've set is. Are we adding 5 or are we doubling them?
I almost put 20 dates. I was like, will it be 20 dates?
Well, I think I know what my sanity wants it to be. So it may be. If I get the call to make it, I'm always up. This franchise is so close to my heart, and I love all the stories we've told in it and all the people I've worked with on it, and I'd love to make another one. So if it's to be, I'm there.
Yeah. Well, I want to say thank you so much for letting me interview you today. I know I asked you a billion questions, and I just appreciate that you tackled them head on. Everybody, please go follow Paul. Check out Paul's Twitter, which is just Paul Rashid, at Paul Rashid, correct? And then also Paul started streaming recently, so please go check out Paul on Twitch at paulraschid8. So !! Paul in chat, and you can get all the links that you need to follow Paul. Is there anything you want to leave us with at the end of the interview portion of today's stream?
Oh, I think I saw a couple of questions on the chat, actually, like which was to make, because I think you may have asked that after I was like, be specific. I think I can answer that. I think funnily enough, 5 dates was the funnest to make, because from a lazy point of view, it was like I was just shooting it, I was just directing it from my bedroom, and you're like, that's usually on set it's quite draining film shoots, because you get up early, you travel, it's quite physically taxing, and then you don't get much chance to afterwards. So just from a health point of view, it was just a really healthy, positive way to make a film, and we were maximizing our time, because literally all it was is we woke up, we sat, everyone logged on at exactly bang on time. Literally the actors just fixed their stuff because they left it all there overnight. They had also got a good night's sleep in their own homes, made their coffees, had their comforts there. And, we were shooting within like 10 minutes of arriving on set, which never happens in real life. Usually there's like setup time, you've got the cameras, you've got all the crew, you've got the actors need to go through hair and makeup and stuff like that. Whereas, for the efficiency of it, which allowed us just to explore the characters and have fun with them. Obviously there was a lot of stuff we needed to get through, but I think looking back on it, I think that was a really creatively fulfilling shoot. So I would say, funnily enough, 5 dates was possibly the shoot I had the most fun on.
That's awesome. And there's another question. Nerdly asked, do you consider yourself a filmmaker or game developer? And I think I know how you might answer that, but I'm very curious.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do like to say both. I would say, obviously, I still think my main skill set and expertise is very much in filmmaking. I would say maybe a game designer more than a developer, because I know being a developer involves a lot of skill, incredible skills with computers and stuff that I have no idea about and wouldn't claim to. So I would say, if I was going to say anything, I would be filmmaker first and followed by game designer, maybe. Probably be what I would say. I think I tick both of those boxes.
Yeah. Well, I just appreciate you doing this and then being willing to also do some commentary as we dive into the game, because I'm
so excited.
I've played Misha's storyline, so I thought we would do Ryan's today, unless you were like, no, I want to do Misha's.
Let's do Ryan's. If you haven't seen it and the community hasn't seen it, let's do that.
Yeah, no, I have. So this will be like all new reactions from me, because I'm not familiar with any of the storyline as well. But yeah, Paul's joining us now to actually go through 10 dates, and I'm really excited to get your thoughts and insight from behind the scenes for this, because it's going to be much different than me just playing it. So have you played these, by the way? Like, when they're done, do you sit down and play them yourself?
I have to play test them loads.
Yeah.
And obviously, in the edit, I sit in the edit with the editor the whole time, so I know them really, really intimately. And then I watch Twitch streams, so I feel like I have.
Yeah.
I think I once with my friends, actually. Funnily enough, we were sitting having a few drinks before we were going to go out for my birthday, actually, earlier this year, and we played 10 dates as a group, and that was really fun. So I would say that's the closest sort of like I've had to like playing it through as just a user, not in the context of play testing or anything like that. So I have, but it's very rare that I get the chance to actually play as a consumer,
yeah,
so to speak, rather than like as part of my job doing it. So this is probably the first time I'm doing it. Aside from that one time I did with my friends, this is the second time I'm getting to enjoy 10 dates as a consumer and see your reactions, which I'm excited for.
I'm excited just because the first playthrough we did with Misha, I was surprised by characters and shocked by dialogue and many choices. I have streamer mode on, and I'm wondering if I should leave that on, because I can pause my choices.
It's always better. Personally, I think it's always better to do it just in case. Something we want to talk about.
Okay, so I did share the screen with you. Hopefully it's easy for you to see it. Do you see the game? Just hopefully.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, can you hear the game? There's always issues with tech, so I want to make sure that everything's working. Chat, how is the audio for everything? Let's see. I don't think I missed any questions, but I know that my mods are keeping track of things, so as they come in, we can throw them your way. So y'all, if you have any questions for Paul, please throw them in chat so we can ask. Okay, I'm gonna switch to this screen, which hopefully should have both of us on it and the game. And I do new game because I did start as Misha. So this will be Ryan. So between these two, do you have a favorite? Like, I guess not. I keep asking the favorite question. Do you enjoy Ryan or Misha's like story arc more than? I'm trying to phrase it without a favorite.
I don't think I could say there's a favorite. Like I said, I think there are ups and downs in both of them. I would say these are I couldn't pick a favorite child out of Ryan.
I know. I constantly ask you to pick a favorite child, which is not fair to you at all. Okay, so we'll pick Ryan. And we get to set up the profile, which took me a lot of time last time because I was like, there's so many things you could do.
Signs. It's always the star signs that people kind of spend time getting there. Yeah.
Okay, so we swipe. We got to pick a picture. I don't know I've never
on a dating app.
Yeah, like how do you? I've never used one, so I don't know how you pick a picture for a dating app.
On one. If you were on one, if you were on a dating app, if you were looking at, and what would you appreciate most that you saw in someone else's picture.
I feel like
Goofy, them
candid?
looking cool.
Candid, because it's more like real life. Like this looks a little staged, but it looks candid too at the same time. This is like definitely not a staged photo. Like it's a goofy. I'm with the dog.
Yeah, it's a goofy, and the dog's always a good. So you see, the chat likes the dogs.
I think the dog's great too because I love dogs. So I feel like that. Let's go with that because
Okay.
You can't go wrong with the dog. Finance, creative, healthcare, other. Are there any red flags on a dating app? Like, if you put other?
It's a personal preference thing. Yeah, it's a personal preference thing, I would say.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. It was, yeah, I mean, we could have just gone, I needed to kind of rein them into some kind of categories. Because, yeah, we made it it could have got out of control if I'd had every kind of type of job that you could have.
I work in healthcare, so part of me is like, let's do healthcare just to see how that goes.
I'd say.
All right, interests. I love that partying is on here. And I love that juxtaposed with charity. Not that they're mutually exclusive, but I feel like what would you choose out of these?
Arts and culture.
Okay. Oh, you can pick multiple. Okay.
It's 3. So sports and fitness.
Okay.
As well. Tricky one. It's like I'm equally interested in all of these, so I'm gonna defer to you for the final one.
For the final one? I think I did technology last time, if I'm remembering correctly. I kind of like the idea of, because I gravitate towards the technology. I feel like travel would be fun. Okay. The hardest decision.
What are you, Katie? What is your star sign?
I am a Pisces, but I'm right on the cusp of Aquarius, so it depends on which one you read. I'm either Aquarius or Pisces.
And which one are you like? Does your personality fit more?
Well, they're both water signs, so I've always felt like Pisces comes up more, so I guess I've always identified as a Pisces.
And is that, do you have like, obviously as we're paying, do you have any red flags in, there's like a star you wouldn't date, or you think like you know a lot of problematic of one star sign kind of
Honestly, thing? I've never really I've never asked somebody like what your star sign is and been like, oh my gosh, you have that. I can't, we're not gonna vibe, you know?
Yeah.
What is your star sign? Oh, it cut out. What did you say?
I'm a
Capricorn. Okay. Chat, you inform me. I don't know which star signs are not supposed to vibe. Is that the right word? Like to mesh well?
That knows like what could be the most problematic star sign we could make him, and maybe we can do that.
Yeah. You're Aquarius. So chat, what do you think we should make Ryan's star sign? I'm gonna crowdsource some star signs. Because I've read my horoscope and stuff. Are you into star signs and things?
You know, I know there's some I have no idea about. I'm a Capricorn. My girlfriend is a Leo.
Mm-hmm.
I know Sagittarius. Like I know a few Sagittariuses.
Yeah.
So I kind of, but there are like some I don't have any clue about. So, my mom's a Taurus. My dad's also a Capricorn. So, they say be with your same sign, and I married mine in the chat.
Really? I've always heard that certain ones work together and then certain ones don't. But I guess honestly, it's probably just people who meet and like have
someone. We should totally be a Sagittarius.
Okay, let's do Sagittarius. Because I know some of them are known for being fiery, and like I'm a water sign. I'm not really sure what that means, or if it does mean anything.
I mean, that may come up. That may come up.
It may come up.
Yeah.
Misha, pick up the phone.
Ah, and there was me having a good day.
Well, it's just become great. You're welcome.
What's happening?
I just got back from work an hour ago.
Same.
I've made myself some food.
Same.
And I've just got off the phone with my landlord.
Oh, not same.
Yeah, I missed a payment, but it's fine. I've paid it now, and it's settled anyway.
Did you film this with like a regular
Anyway,
camera and then crop
I've
it
got
to
some
be
Okay.
an iPhone or
I
like a?
joined dating
Yeah,
Yeah.
we filmed it with a regular camera, so it was like
Well,
we
I
had
mean,
we had a
they are
cameraman on the
inevitable.
other side.
Yeah.
And
expecting
then
more shit
like
from you.
they were like
What's
holding the map
thing? They
box of
have,
it like that.
People
Like
in glass houses can't throw stones.
No way, you too.
Mm-hmm.
Matches?
Yes, a lot. No, it's 0.
But don't like apps like help out new users with
Misha,
like likes and
you're not
you know,
helping.
they really try and help you get people to like you because you're new.
Misha, I still have 0, even with whatever you just said. There's still 0.
These
What about
two
you?
can't end
Hey,
up
the
together
grass is
though,
always greener.
right?
I've got like
yeah,
80
that's
likes.
that's
but like
not a
once you go
possibility
Yeah.
in
down
this
to
one.
bad profiles and the
When I,
nude pics
5
and the
days,
meh
everyone was like, "Why
ones,
can't
it's
Vinny
always
and
a bit-
Callum end up?"
Yeah.
It's like-
Everybody
Yeah,
always
it's
wants what they
overnight.
can't have.
Anyway,
The age-old
I have a
rom-com.
new initiative
Why
in
don't the
the
friends
works.
just
What's
end
that,
up
you're
getting
gonna
up
kidnap them?
together?
I've
Kind of
signed
thing,
up.
yeah.
for speed dating tonight.
Okay, why are you telling me this?
Because I'm bricking it and like, do you want
Speed dating would be such
Could you just say
an
less?
interesting thing to.
Great,
I've
you
never
just
done it.
stop speaking
Have you
about
ever
it
done it?
30
Sorry if this
No,
is too
I
personal. If I'm
haven't.
ever asking you something like no.
No, I'm an open book, so it's like, but I never got the chance to do it when I was single. So
Yeah.
but it is really interesting, I think. But there's you try and get a bit of authenticity in it because it's like you're kind of going
Because there's no substitute
you're-
for meeting someone face to face. Like you can
you're
see their
obligated to
physicality
say a lot about
and
yourself in a
their
short space of time.
Yeah.
But what if there
So
is no
it-
vibe?
I
What do
think
you do
that's
then?
the key to trying
If you're online, you
trying
can
to get
log off,
a bit
you
of
can make an
authentic spark in
excuse,
it.
you can
Yeah.
shut down. My internet connection was crap. What do you do here?
Welcome everyone to Speed Dating. My name's Derek, I'm your host. We're going to be beginning very shortly, so gentlemen, if you could make your way to your table numbers.
I feel like this would be a fun set to be
This
on,
is where you're going to find
though.
that genuine connection you keep banging on
Yeah,
about.
it was really cool. It was a really cool set. It was in a bar in Cardiff in
Why
Wales.
are you smiling at me like that? Why are you smiling at me like that?
No, I'm not smiling. You like everything.
Misha,
There is a small possibility I might have signed us both up.
I'm not doing it.
You are.
I don't know what I would do if one of my
You
friends
are.
signed me up for speed dating when I wasn't prepared
no.
for it.
Would you walk out?
It is not
No,
gonna be a
I
big
would
story
do
to
it.
get
I'd feel
this.
too
You
like
should
I
be
got it.
preparing for this.
I'm
not
here.
doing it.
It's a great
I got to do it.
Oh, he's browsing. He's browsing the shop floor.
How does it work?
Sorry, what?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Okay, so the women stay at the table, the men, you, rotate around them.
I'm a man now.
So you go to different tables and you speak to girls.
What do I say?
Whatever you like, but you have 5 minutes.
Do you
okay?
know if speed dating is still a
Halfway
thing
through
that
the
happens
that person
frequently?
over there will give us a warning.
I think I research. I like Googled it
Yeah.
all the time, and like there's like so many different
That's why I
speed
don't wanna
dating
do
kind
it.
of initiatives in London.
We're going
Kind
to start with the
of
gentleman
Yeah.
by your
So
first allotted
it's
table
very much
numbers.
the thing that still happens,
And
which
good
is
luck. Have fun.
yeah, really interesting. I was
Yeah.
I was thinking of emailing someone and saying, can I sit in on one?
Mm-hmm.
As my research, but I never got the chance to.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated by the concept.
Yeah. I also, I mean, did you guys film the B-roll?
Well, some of it is stock, some of it we did film.
Yeah.
It's a mix sometimes.
I don't know why the B-roll stuck out to me a lot, just with the transitions. They were fun.
We wanted it to feel like very
Hiya. You my date now?
punchy and in a big city
guess I
and
am.
you know.
Cosmopolitan.
Tony?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got a match tomorrow, so I've got to keep limber.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what is it, a sports match? Do you play locally?
No, it's my job actually. I'm a footballer.
Oh, shit. Should you be...
Which is soccer for the
dating along
US
for a match?
folks.
Oh, don't worry. It's fine as long as I'm in bed by 12. Don't drink. Non-alcoholic. And don't have sex.
What's your position?
Reverse cowgirl?
What is your football position?
What do you think?
That's a tough one.
Well, just say which area of the pitch. I'll narrow it down for you. I'm not tall enough to be a goalkeeper.
Okay.
I'm a keeper in other ways, though.
Oh, Tony's aggressive right out the gate.
She's got the banter. She
Yeah.
has got the banter.
I used to play soccer when I was a kid. I feel like my gut is telling me attacker because of how forward Tony is. But defender too. I could see Tony being maybe, I don't think a substitute.
If
Okay.
you said substitute to her, that
True. We could see what she might not like that though.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, chat. Please put in chat what you would do. So, because this is a group effort, and I don't want to be the full reason why things don't work out with some of these people. Should we do a defender? All right, we're getting a couple defenders. Okay, sub. All right. I don't know. Let's do defender for fun.
Well, you are doing your pre-match conditioning, which makes me think that you are reliable. And I think reliability is important in a defender, so I'm going to say defense.
Winner, chicken dinner. Pat yourself on the back. Do you like sports yourself?
Yes, big time. Football, rugby, tennis, basketball, golf. I watch absolutely anything.
The interest from
It's
the
on the telly,
beginning.
I'll watch it.
Yeah,
You know anything about it?
Yeah, I'll pick it up as I go along.
It's like
They're
watching the
vibing.
Olympics, isn't it? Where you become an expert in like some random event overnight.
Yeah, I became an avid curling and skateboarding fan for those 2 weeks.
Okay.
And it's not your
Oh.
phone, it's this.
I was like
remind me to
checking your
upload.
phone on a speed date.
What are you having pasta?
Well, his best friend.
This is your halfway warning, guys.
She's just
So
whipping out
3
some
minutes to
pasta.
go.
The carb load.
Carb load.
Yeah.
Carb load, yeah.
I'd say my key influence was my dad.
I like her
He used to take me
confidence.
to practices, to matches. He knew I fell in love with it and did everything to cultivate my passion. The kit, the traveling, consoling me after bad performances. Were you close with your parents?
No, I wanted to ask you more.
We ain't got time, right, lad? Tell me. If you want to, of course.
Chat, I want to know how you feel if someone just whipped out a Tupperware of pasta on for like a speed date.
It's part of their job. That's
Yeah.
the bit, you know. That's the I mean, it is. Yeah, it's unorthodox. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
I think it's kind of nice and refreshing though. It seems very real, which I appreciate. Okay, mother, neither, both, or father. So for the soundtrack for this, how do you? Because I know like there's pauses in the game for questions and things. How does the soundtrack end up working out for these things?
We kind of just need to contain it within each video file, because that also helps you that, you know, if it suddenly goes off, you know, to a negative direction or a positive direction, you have the ability to kind of like tail it off and then change it, kind of thing. So it's just the easiest way to do it, as well as also you're pausing it halfway through if you're in pause choices mode. So we try and have it quite sparse, just to kind of underscore the emotion of certain key moments and just and beats like that. So it's just very much contained in the edit within each video file.
That's interesting. Okay, so she's talking about her dad. Maybe we should mimic and talk about her father or our father.
Close to our dad, yeah, we're close to dad as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, like you, I'd be really close to my dad. He kind of taught me what it meant to be like a man, to be open-minded, which for him actually was more about your mindset than any specific character trait.
Yes, lads. We're lucky, eh? I think what I got from my dad was humility. He taught me how to keep my feet on the ground and appreciate what I have as well as what I want.
I feel like it'd be really rude to just change the subject while she's talking so fondly about her father.
What would you say you inherited from your dad?
Oh God, that is tricky. On the positive side, I would like to hope that I am a good listener, that I am supportive. He definitely taught me how to take responsibility when I need to, and I think that I can keep my cool under pressure.
Any negative traits?
Yeah, some pretty shitty dad jokes. And don't annoy me when I'm watching TV.
I feel like that's universal for most dads. I think the most negative thing I've inherited from my dad is my stubbornness.
How bad are we talking?
Like bad, really bad. If you want to get through to me, you have to really persist. And even then, sometimes the persistence really backfires and just pisses me off.
Okay, noted.
Very wise.
We've got 1 minute to go, guys. Just one.
That's so fast. Also, please jump in if there's anything you're like, I remember this and I want to throw a tidbit in.
For making analogies.
No.
Do you fancy another quick challenge?
Yes, but what do you want to do?
Well, there's conversation starters and riddles.
Oh, that's handy.
Convenient.
Okay. A man looks at a painting and says, "Brothers and sisters, I have none, but that man's father is my father's son." Who's in the painting, the man or his son?
Oh, gosh. Okay.
You
Brothers
guys.
and sisters, I have none. That man's.
Okay, brothers and sisters, I have none, but that man's father. I'm going to show my intelligence, I guess, right now.
Go for it. No, it's you talk it. Took me a while to work it out.
Oh
as
my
well.
God. How did you get this? Did you come up with this, or was it like a riddle?
It's just one that I know. Yeah, I know. Like I was looking up riddles and like I. It's a fairly one that I've seen a few times in my life. So I was like, okay, I think it's a good one.
No, Rex, like, this is a classic riddle, which I've never heard before in my life. But it says, brothers and sisters, I have none. But that man's father is my father's son.
Visualize the whole scene. So imagine you are standing in front of the painting that imagine you are the man and you're standing in front of the painting.
Okay. That man. So I'm looking at a painting. There's a father. Is my father's. I didn't know I'd be doing a riddle. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the man. Judging by your face, I got it wrong.
I actually don't think I can actually remember.
Okay. Chat, do you have any thoughts? I will. I'm thinking it's the man, because that man's father. There's a man talking about that man's father, who may not be in the painting, is my father's son. You got it?
I mean, I need to work it. So you're the man painting, and then you say that mother who is in the painting. So you're pointing at someone, a figure in the painting, and you're saying that the father of that person in the painting.
Mm-hmm. My father's son. Which would be my father's son is me.
Is my father's son, not me. maybe it is. Maybe it's the man himself. Maybe it is the man himself then.
Yeah, that man's father. Okay, I think. Did you work it out though? Like, you got it?
Answer. I will be very honest. So I actually need to read it and work it out.
I think it's the man.
So, brother's son. That. So his father is my father's son. My father's son. In the painting is his son.
Yeah, thinking about it now, I'm like, yeah, it would be the son. Okay, we're doing it.
Is my father's son, so he's looking at the man's son.
No, it's the man himself, isn't it?
Oh, I was like, wait a second.
Don't think so, but how do we find the answer? Oh, is it? It's folded in. Okay. More thoughts gone into this event than I gave it credit for.
Ready?
Okay, I'm gonna give you all the credit for that one.
Listen,
I had totally forgot. This is like when you were saying about tidbits and stuff. Like we have to shoot so quickly on these things.
Yeah.
That it's like we don't have any time to like really make any like joke around or anything fun to happen. It's kind of I'll see if anything occurs to me.
Yeah, I'm sure it's just like rapid fire between scenes.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great to meet you.
It's very
Tony.
intense.
Yeah.
Is that short for Antonia?
Spot on, but everyone calls me Tony.
I like
Keep
Tony.
in touch.
Yeah. What's your handle?
At TN7.
Did you do the handles because it's just easier in game form to kind of have like, I'm gonna look you up on the dating app?
Yeah, and it was also sort of just, it was like trying
Have a good night,
to
Tony.
keep the same motif that was in 5 Dates.
Yeah.
Because you had Callum kind of like read them for you,
Yeah.
which is what friends do all the time. But it was like, how can we have that, but something new? It's like they give you their Instagram basically instead of, yeah.
Okay, this is Brandy. Rise and grind.
I'm Ryan. Can I sit?
I'm
I can feel it through the screen.
What do you do for a living?
I work in healthcare.
Oh, amazing. I mean, must have been a bit shit being wrapped in plastic all day for the last 2 years, though.
Yeah, it got a little bit stuffy every now and then.
Do we know what Ryan
I'm a
does
beautician.
in healthcare?
I guess so.
No, he never
But
specifies.
it
really.
doesn't earn me what I want, so I'm doing an online course in international relations and I trade cryptocurrency. I just sold an NFT actually.
Interesting.
It's non-fungible tokens, digital art that has its own online market.
I don't know anything about it, but sounds interesting.
It is. It is. Sorry
Okay,
if
did
I'm
you weave
quite
NFTs
bad,
into for like a little bit of the controversy of it?
Sure. Can
Time, yeah, because we were shooting it last year, so it was like they were like right back in the
that
news. So I
is
was like, yeah,
big
Yeah.
question.
Phil
Important
would
question.
be into.
A little bit of a hot button, maybe like that seems like for some people it's a red flag. Others might be like, yeah, I'm into NFTs as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the subjectivity of it. It's
Yeah.
beautiful.
So relationship, something casual, sarcastic. I think my gut is telling me to be sarcastic and I don't know why. Chat, what would you like? Do we want to say that we're looking for a relationship, something casual, or be sarcastic? However, Misha signed us up for it. So from a gamer perspective, it would be technically something casual since we didn't sign up for it. She could be misunderstood, which I've been very surprised in these games in the past about never judge a book by its cover. You'd be sarcastic. I mostly just want to see what the sarcastic comment is. Maybe she seems like she might be into that.
Well, I mean, whatever I can get, really. I mean, they didn't do any background checks here, so I couldn't really pass up on that opportunity. Although,
Oh, I don't know
it
that
works
she
both
liked
ways.
it.
You could be an axe murderer for all I know.
Obviously not.
The crypto
Okay, I read that
trading
wrong.
beautician is a pretty suspicious cover story.
Are you making fun of me?
No.
Oh, no.
No. I am being sarcastic. I am doing it badly, mind you, but I was...
You were joking. Right. No, that is actually quite funny.
Okay, all
Sorry,
right.
I don't really get British humour sometimes. You know, I wasn't born here.
Irish humor, but...
Right.
But you have been here for a while by the sounds of things. Do you live locally?
Yeah, I bought a one-bed up the road. It's top floor with an amazing view of the water.
You bought a penthouse.
The NFT was pretty valuable. Where do you live?
I live 10 minutes away. I live on my own as well.
Flat?
Yep.
Buy it or rent it?
Back to the quick fire round.
Ooh,
I mean-
I can decide if I own or rent.
Yeah, we are.
So?
I mean, you can, but Ryan may have.
Ryan did say
at
he
some-
missed a few payments.
Yeah, if you did say own, you may be telling a white lie.
Which I couldn't do that to her. Why would you? Well, yeah, I don't know why someone would lie about that, but I also know everybody's got their reasons for things. I'm gonna say rent because it's the truth.
Renting, but I have been there for a while, so I feel settled. Like, it feels like home, so...
How many
I like
takes
it.
did it
Yeah, I mean, that's
take
all that matters
essentially
at the
to
end of the day.
get all
This
these
is your
knocked
3-minute
out?
warning, guys. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, it
Just 3
depends on
minutes
again
of lovely
how
conversation.
many days, like how the days
Okay,
go. And
let's
sometimes we had a bit more
move
time,
on
so we would be
to
we'd have a few more takes to do. Sometimes we don't need yet. You know, the minimum we would do would be 2.
What sort of
Yeah.
So we had one and a
What
backup.
kind
But
of
Yeah.
yes, a lot of the time it was just the 2, and then we had to move on. So it was
Yeah.
like, had to get the right actors. Definitely had to make sure the actors were on point, and they all were. So
Yeah.
that's great.
So asking what kind of vacation we like, abroad or staycation. See, sometimes I play it from like Ryan's perspective. I'm like, what would Ryan say?
Yeah.
Ryan seems like a staycation kind of person. However, who doesn't like a trip abroad? Like, who doesn't want to go somewhere exciting? Let's see. I don't know. Are there any like, if you see a decision that you like, I want you to choose that. Just tell me which ones.
I always say like, yeah, I think it's like there's like 2 checks that you would say, I guess, and that's like how we do when we're doing it. It's like, okay, this is what I think is the right thing, but what would Brandy make of it?
Yes.
What would, it's like Tony, I'm like, maybe she'd be on staycations, like she'd be into staycations. She's like, I mean, she'd be like going to villages and exploring the countryside and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or do you want to like say something that you think Brandy wants to hear, or you know, how do you want to
Yeah.
approach it?
Because I think she would like abroad. She seems like well traveled and lives in a penthouse, and I'm making a stereotypical judgment call there. But she also might like staycations. So part of me is like, let's see what she says to staycation.
I am actually a big staycation guy.
Like in the UK.
Yeah, there's so much to see here. Like the different cities, the counties, and then within the counties, there's towns, there's villages. I think that everyone takes what they have on their doorstep for granted. You don't need necessarily to fly to the other end of the world. There's so much to see here and do, and it is convenient, and it's cheap.
So that's the real reason. I actually want to go to Iraq soon. It's where my mum raised me.
Cool.
She was my role model. Do you have anyone like that yourself?
Wow, that is a very good question.
Could be from your childhood or even now if there's anyone who inspires you.
The meme part of me wants to say celebrities. But I don't know. I think that wouldn't be well received by anyone. I guess it depends on the celebrity.
Yeah, celebrity.
Yeah, because he could have very poignant celebrity influence. Because also the standard is always saying friends and family. I know that would be well received, but I mostly want to know what you wrote for this so I can see.
Push the boat out. Push the boat out.
Chat, should I do friends and family or celebrity? Because if I'm left to my own devices, I will pick celebrity. This is something interesting too, is like, because answering these questions now, I know that later on there could be some sort of repercussions for them that I'm not, because this seems like a very benign question. When you're like making the storyline, how do you keep track of all of the branching storylines?
Structurally, I always start with a flowchart. Before I even write any like a word of dialogue or anything, I always have the structure down. And then, so I map it all out in a flowchart so I know what links to what's been said, what may have had a knock-on effect, what's affected your relationship here. And then within that structure, I'm like, okay, is this something that's going to have an immediate repercussion, or is it going to have a repercussion that you don't see immediately that is then going to play a part later? Is it going to be both? Is it something that has both an immediate repercussion and one later down the line? It's just playing around within the structure about where are good places to hide something that may seem innocuous to start off with and then play a big part later down the line.
Yeah, I just see my brain. I know maybe with structure and having that could maybe do that, but that seems like it would be really hard to, when you're first starting it. I guess I can't wrap my head around that. That seems like such a huge undertaking.
It's just things that I've got. I guess I just got used to it. When I first did the complex, it was definitely like quite intimidating. But then I guess now it's like I've been doing it for 4 years, so you're kind of like, I don't even think in linear. It would be tricky to go and write a normal linear like front to back script now.
Yeah.
I'd just be like, I have to settle on one thing that happens in this scene, where it's like, whereas in an interactive, I'm just like, okay, I can have that happen, I can have that happen, and I can have that happen.
Yeah.
So in some, it's been quite liberating for me as a writer, as opposed to in a linear script, you're like, is this scene the best it can be?
Yeah.
Have I made the right decisions? Have I included all the best bits, or have I like got rid of something that would have been amazing that would make this scene like amazing? So there's that like what if, whereas in this you kind of can satisfy that like what if and have different versions of things.
I know, because like when I've played through this, sometimes I'm like, oh man, I wish I had chosen that differently. There's something different about being part of the decision-making process than just sitting down and like watching a movie. But I think it's just impressive that you can keep track of the branching arcs and just everything that can happen.
I don't know how you're going to take this, but celebrities have always had an influence on me.
What kind of celebrities?
All sorts.
I'm so nervous.
Really? I mean, think of
She doesn't give anything
dedication
away
it
the way
takes
she
to
I
looks
know.
at you as well.
I can't read her.
the talent of a musician, and even the lifestyle of some of the influencers.
Okay, those are fine. Just don't say politicians. They just mocked us all over the past few years, and even before then, they just
I need to know why. I want to
done
listen.
stuff that's made my life so difficult. I mean, not just my life, the lives of millions. Ugh, I hate them. I mean, I could go on about this all night, but we just don't have that kind of time.
Very true.
Okay, next question. Does body count matter?
Oh, Holy moly.
Like the
was
sting.
not expecting that question.
Well, you're getting too smart. So,
Chat, what do you think?
think.
That's like right out the gate. That's like getting to the nitty gritty. Does body count matter?
She knows how to use her 5 minutes. That's for sure with Brandy. She's got a checklist in her head, I think, and she's like, I want to know about this about everybody, and then like analyze. I think like a spreadsheet in her head.
She's making one of these games in her head. She's trying to come up with all the possible outcomes.
Yeah.
I would say no. I feel like it's not. It's all subjective, honestly. I think it's interesting. She's like, politics. Let's talk about body count. Okay.
No, not for me. Just so long as someone's past doesn't affect their present too much. So, the body count, it would not be an
It might be an issue for her.
Okay. So you're open-minded. That's cool.
Are you trying to tell me something, though?
No.
Got 1 minute to go, guys. Just
She's
1
hard to read.
minute. We're wrapping up
She's
very soon.
So, how did my questions make you feel?
There's a customer satisfaction survey.
Your feedback is greatly valued.
I
Is it
do like
actually,
her.
Only if it's good.
But people don't.
Really? I think
Yeah.
she's confident. I think like when you're filming this, how do you get the actors to just get all into it and be like, all right, I'm here in my character. I'm ready. Do you make an environment that just feels real?
I don't think it's probably not the right thing to say, but I think just it's so much down to, in the casting process, you get a good read of, when I'm auditioning people, I spend a good sort of 10 minutes talking to them first.
Yeah.
Just getting an idea of how they work, what kind of person they are, how much they understand the character and what this kind of character is. Because I think this kind of acting, it's very grounded in realism.
Yeah.
So I think it's a tricky thing I think you need to have been, understanding of the type of person that Brandy is, whether you've experienced a person like that in your life or there's an element of her in you as a person, or that kind of character to really make it feel authentic. So I try and look at people and be like, look, and try and work out, is this a character that they will be able to feel comfortable within, rather than kind of not really know it and basically make them become someone who's the complete opposite of who they are.
Yeah.
Which happens a couple of times. Like I think, going back to 5 Dates, I remember I was talking to Marissa, who plays Maya, and she's nothing like Maya in like real life, like from her accent to the way she carries herself.
Yeah.
So that was one of the ones where it was like it was an actor completely transforming into someone who is nothing like them or anyone that they really knew, from what I understood. So it kind of just depends on just making sure you've got the right person who can just get into that character very quickly, rather than sort of trying to get them into that space, because I think then you just make the work harder for everybody.
Yeah.
Whereas if you pick the right person who's suited to that character and embodying that character, it makes it a lot more seamless for everybody, I think. So yeah, I would say it's down to the casting decisions.
That makes sense. And Trans had a question. How do you get the actors to give the players hints without making the performance too transparent?
I don't know how much I to them about it, really. I think on set when we're going through things, if thing that it's a really good question, but I think it's the actor most of the time I'm on set, and the actor, when they come up to something like that, they're like, okay, so this is a bit that she's talking about this because it's something going to happen, it's going to become important later down the line. They have an awareness of it, but I think a lot of them don't actually even come up and say, oh, should I inflect it in a way, or take a pause here, or change my emotion because it's something that is actually significant. I think that's where the gaming side of it comes into it, that it's incidental, that it's for you to be revealed to us as players. That's and then it's for us to be like, oh, when she was talking about that, that paid off, because I wouldn't want people to be like, oh, that's why she paused when she said that, or that's why she deepened her voice when she talked about that. If it's something a bit too heavy-handed, I think it's better if it just happens organically. That it's like, oh, I remember she did that, or she said that, or she had that item on her I think, to try and keep it underplay things as much as possible, I always think is the best way, because, I think gamers, we like to work things out. We like we don't want to be spoon-fed things. I don't think there's any real thought that if you overthink it, it's not gonna feel authentic.
Yeah. And I think from the gamer headspace, sometimes it is very much like, well, I have to figure out why and the reasoning and like try to win the game essentially. But these do feel like organic conversations, which is why I always feel like what's happening when like I can't read somebody or I feel like they're not liking what I chose. I would say she was fun. She was interesting to talk to.
I didn't really feel like we felt like strangers. You?
That answer isn't part of the survey.
I see how this is going. Okay.
And your time is up.
See, I still don't know how she feels about Ryan.
Move on to your next table. Your date.
I think it went well.
Don't forget any of your stuff when you go.
I didn't bring any.
Okay, I would say it went well. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. Wait.
Yeah.
She didn't give me her handle. Oh, no. I thought she was giving me her handle. She was very much.
So she didn't like staycation. We know she didn't like staycation.
Is that enough to not give me your handle?
A couple of other things. There are a couple of other things that I think she silently judged us about there. Maybe the celebrities thing.
That's my bad, chat. I got a little risky with that one. Ooh, the table number is 666.
Sorry, just fixing my eyeliner. I'm Azalea.
Is that on purpose?
Right. Don't look like a Ryan.
Because of all the characters, there is significance.
To the numbers?
Yeah.
That's not
kind of reflect the character in some way.
That's cool.
You gonna snitch?
No.
I made it. Just like the kombucha poured into it.
That's the.
I love
fermented
kombucha.
drink, isn't it?
Exactly.
Do you like kombucha?
I've never drunk kombucha.
Really?
Well, I think I may have had it once, but my mind has not been open to it entirely. But I have a friend who drinks it a lot, so hence why I was like, okay, I know a lot about it. I just haven't really drunk it myself.
I don't know. Just years ago, I tried it and I was like, this is tasty. And I have some friends that make fun of me because I call it booch, which is definitely a thing that people call it, but some people are like, that's not a real thing. So I was going to crowdsource.
It sounds like hooch.
Yeah.
It sounds like hooch, which is what people used to call alcohol. So.
Yeah. There's some basis to it. I would say it looks good purely based on the fact that I like kombucha.
It looks good. Are you happy with the batch?
Very. Tell you more about it, but we haven't got much time.
So, the kombucha is homemade. The goblet is homemade. What else is homemade?
I'd say 90% of this. The clothes, the accessories, make it all from scratch. Started selling my stuff online during lockdown and it grew into a full-time business.
Wow, that's really original.
Thanks. Turns out my aesthetic plays quite well these days.
What aesthetic is that?
Call it what you want. I've heard hundreds of terms, kind and unkind.
Oh no. I want to ask both of these. I feel like, well, we're all here speed dating because we're trying to find a partner. So I kind of want to learn more about her job.
Is it just you in the business, or?
Yeah, don't need anyone else.
So how do you keep up with the demand?
There's a long wait list, but...
Yeah, Trance, feel free to ask questions. Chat, if you have questions for Paul, now's a great time to
So if
ask.
the supply is low, you must be retailing for fairly high price?
Mine's totally
I
improvised.
pride myself in affordability.
This was?
Sustainability.
Is that enough to do full-time?
On this one, there's just a question on the chat where some of the totally improvised lines
I
that were
just
kept.
find
Yeah.
the business model very interesting.
Less so in this one, actually,
Forget
funnily
mine.
enough. There were a lot in 5 days.
Do I look like a Ryan yet?
But funnily enough, in this, I think, I don't know, maybe it was just being on set.
Well, what else can you tell about?
They stuck quite rigidly to the script, but obviously, again, I think there was a lot of paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Your
There was a lot of paraphrasing, but the improv.
Dark side.
I think it back to what I was saying
Just
about
3 minutes to go, everyone. 3
about
minutes.
5 dates being a really
And
comfortable
I'm
shoot because
very
everyone was in home
quickly.
environment, so
You're
we had a
really
bit more
into your
time to
astrology
make
then?
it.
Yeah.
I think that allowed
I
people
analyse
to
my
improv
behaviour
a
in the
bit more.
context of
So
something
I've just been
bigger.
talking all
My
over
main star sign
Azalea.
is Scorpio,
Yeah.
which I think really suits me.
Which I feel like I never really thought about the improv angle, but it makes sense that there would be like people adding flavor or like spice to the lines to make it more real. Jess wants to know, were there some things you wanted to do in 5 dates that you were finally able to do in this one?
Just, it's a tricky one. I think in this one, again, obviously, just from a cinematic point of view, you're able to you have control over how it looks, how it's costumed, the blocking of the characters, the set design in a more meaningful way. Aside from that, I think we were able to. I mean, I guess there were certain games we got to play on this, which were like really, really good. So one of which you're gonna see, but actually you're not gonna see.
Oh no!
Because it's Brandy's second date, but
No, I really ruined that.
But I mean, there are small little things, filmically and as far as the gameplay goes of the mini games that they play on their dates that we were able to do that we weren't quite able to explore. But nothing that the Pandet, for some reason, again, I guess because these things are very dialogue driven and character driven. It was a small expansion on what was there in 5 dates, which was exciting.
Yeah, that is. I know I was paying attention. She was talking about astrology and how important it is to her, and that.
Yeah.
And so we have a chance to either move on or engage further in the discussion. And I'm so afraid to make any decisions based upon what happened with Brandy last time. I'm also like, well, if we move on, we only have like 3 minutes for our date remaining. Like, will she take offense to the fact that I'm not asking her more about astrology? So chat, would you like me to move on or engage? And then let's see here. Trans asks, is there a deliberate attempt to come up with not stereotype per se, but very distinct and unique characters, which we kind of talked about a little bit earlier too.
And again, looping back to my love of reading negative reviews, I think some of them do sort of say, oh, these characters are a bit cliche, they're a bit stereotypical. But I'm also like, there are people, there are people who I've met or who I know of or things like that who embody a lot of what these characters embody. I think stereotype kind of exist because they are founded in reality. So if you were looking to just because also I think some of those times I think you have to, it loops back to the way I start a character. I start from what I'm trying to say within them rather than how they look and how that informs who they are, and then it's the characterization I build around that character.
Yeah.
So whether if again it kind of I can't get into the head of everyone who thinks what some of these characters stereotyped, but I wouldn't say any of these characters. I think they're all 3-dimensional characters in their own way. I think they've all got, just because they may appear a certain way when you first see them. I think that's what you were saying. There's that it's the same with anybody. You could make a snap judgment about someone when you first meet them based on your like initial 30-second interaction with them.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously there's a whole depth of a person there that's that goes beyond just your first impressions. And that's something that I'm always mindful of and I try to include. But sometimes people are going to sort of look at them and be like, oh, I felt like this character was some kind of an idea of something, but that's just not I don't think you can ever please anybody in that regard.
No.
I think you'd create more unrealistic characters if you were trying to avoid all stereotypes in how people look or speak or approach. You're just going to have these amorphous characters who kind of don't distinctly belong anywhere. And
yeah.
Kind of like, that feels more unrealistic to me than actually characters who, conform to a certain style of dressing or a certain style of, speaking or a certain style of how they approach life and things like that. I think there is commonality amongst us.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Well, I know like when I played 5 dates and this game, like you I don't know if it's intentional, but you get your first impression of the person. And then as you have more dates with them, you're like, oh, that's why they did this. Like there is like, if anyone's played the game, they know as you move further through it, you learn more about the person and why they do what they're doing. And so I really appreciate that because it's like that was in the first date scenario, maybe that reason they said that was because it was coming from a place of insecurity or something like that. And you can see why later on it came from that place. At least that was my interpretation of it. All right, I think Sammy said move on.
And my rising sign is a set.
Oh, I didn't know I was going to interrupt her though.
I'm running out of time, so I'd like to get to know each
Oh,
other a
no.
bit more instead of astrology. Oh, here's one for you to work out.
Oh, I feel real bad about that.
You claim to be psychic.
I know, but just keep it general. Like,
I guess he's like, oh,
what
yeah,
industry
here we
are you
go.
I get the sense you help.
I mean, she's moving on.
Work in healthcare.
Amazing. Obviously, country has so much to thank you for, and I personally owe a lot to the NHS.
Did you intend to stroke my ego there, or?
Don't ruin it.
Sorry.
And this is your final minute, guys. Final minute.
I don't know if
I was wondering.
No, I've spoken about myself enough. I want to know more about you.
I feel like it's been pretty even. Can you just...
It really hasn't, so I want to know more about you.
Fine, fire away.
Okay, what's your type or tell me about your tattoos? They're both good questions.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, Sales wants to know, do you have a dog?
I don't have a sadly.
Yeah.
I'd love to have a dog.
Yeah.
I grew up with dogs, but I don't have a dog myself, but I would love to have a dog. I'm
Yeah.
a massive dog person.
Me too. I love dogs as well.
Do you have any pets?
I did. His name was Kodo. He passed away 4 years ago, but he was like my soul dog, as some people put it. And then we fostered some dogs recently. So we had a dog here for 3 months who just got adopted, and it was nice to kind of help train them and work with them through their issues and then find them their forever homes. But that was hard too.
Oh man.
It was hard the day she got adopted. I was like, I'll be fine. I'll be strong.
Yeah. You get absolutely attached to, I spend like 10 minutes with a dog and I'm like emotionally attached.
I know. Well, like she was supposed to be a short-term foster and then it turned into 3 months. And I think she ended up in the best possible scenario. And like my community went through it with me. But I was like, yeah, we get updates about her and I try to give everybody like, look, I got a picture of her and this is what she's doing now and stuff. But I'm hoping to do more of that in the future. And then maybe one of them will stick and stay forever. So, but yeah, I love dogs too. I'm curious about her tattoos. I see kind of like a pentagram situation.
So,
I would ask this
Azalea,
question.
I have noticed you have
I love
a couple of
tattoos.
tattoos.
I do. Want to know about any of them? Choose wisely.
Ooh,
Some are better than others.
the pentagram. I want to know about the caravan. That has probably a better story to it. Because how many people, like, you could see a pentagram and be like, okay, but a caravan. Did you have to draw those
Mine
onto
tattoos
sheet?
as well.
Caravan.
Does she have?
No.
Okay.
It's
That
the
was-
one I lost my virginity in.
Oh.
Is that one of the better stories, or is that a bad story?
Better, but it's not first date friendly.
That's your
Not expecting that.
Gents, time's up. Let's keep moving on.
So you said you have
Saved by the
tattoos?
bell. Have a good one.
And personally,
I don't either. I love tattoos, but I can't
they all have
commit.
really interesting stories.
Yeah. I didn't get, did I
Interrupted,
not?
though.
Did I not?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just Tony so far. It's just Tony so far.
You're probably over there like, wow, she's got no game.
I'm playing it and I'm like, it's really like the threshold of like between failure and thing is very high.
Ooh.
It's a tricky one.
When I did Misha's, I did much better. I will say I got a couple dates after that. We're gonna go try hard mode on this one.
Yeah, I'm Ryan.
We've got Tony's.
Ryan.
We've got Tony's handle.
Okay. Tony might be our only choice.
In a quick page. Do you mind if I get to the bottom?
Yeah, by all means, fire away.
She did ask permission. We could have said no. We only have.
What are you reading?
The Evolution of Bond-Forming Dynamics Across the 21st Century by Professor Gertrude von Nosselhoff.
Well, it must be a pretty
Must
good read.
read.
If you're sneaking in pages in between dates.
Oh, no. I have to finish
Okay.
it for a seminar tomorrow. I'm a PhD student in behavioral psychology.
Oh, that's cool. I have a degree in psychology. Not a PhD, but a bachelor's.
Yeah. Well, stuff she says has been well researched by me. Then I'm not an expert running their eye over this.
I'm curious about it. Books, that's a red flag. No, it's not, Sammy. Okay, I'm gonna say I want to show curiosity.
What do you think of it?
She has some interesting points. The chapter I'm on covers the influence of pop culture on behavioral modeling and attraction dynamics.
Yes. No, that does sound interesting, but I mean, please don't ask my opinion on it, because
Yeah. I wouldn't expect that of you. But if this goes well, maybe you'll learn a little something.
Okay, so you're here because you're looking for a study buddy.
No, quite the opposite. I need someone to keep me out of the library occasionally.
So the age-old work-life conflict.
Which side of it do you fall on?
Am I allowed to say that balance is best?
No. No fence sitting, one or the other.
I have a feeling Ryan is more of a life person. Well,
Yeah. Oh, he has to, healthcare-wise, he has to be. You can't help.
Oh,
but
that's
be,
true.
But on the balance, I feel like, maybe that he's like, when he's not working, he's not doing.
Yeah.
He's not doing extra work. But that's up to. What do you think?
But Vissy's also bringing up a great point. That's what she's looking for, is having life balance. And if I say work, I might ruin this date as well. So I'm gonna do life just purely for hopefully a second date.
It's just a necessity. I mean, any moment I'm not in work or on the clock, I can devote to whatever I actually want to do.
So you're a 9-to-5-er?
At the very most.
I don't think I could stay out of the library that much. Anyway, I have a confession to make.
Okay, already.
Everyone tells me that for whatever reason, I haven't lived.
I don't believe that.
I've never been to a nightclub.
Never.
I've never been to a nightclub.
Fourth stint as a student, and you've never even set
I've never been to a
I'd
nightclub.
rather spend the day in a cafe.
We're making
with
this
a
conversation
book
now, but
in
even
my
when you were
laptop.
studying
This
for
is
your
your
bachelor's
halfway
at
warning,
college, you never
guys.
went to a nightclub?
I was in Montana, so there really
you are
weren't very
still
many
studying to
like
become
nightclubs
a more
afoot.
qualified psychologist.
The
But
more you know, the more you earn.
maybe someday
So where
I'll.
do you see yourself
I might be
in
aging
5
out of the
years?
nightclub
Sorry, I researched
range, but I don't know. That would be
As soon as
interesting
I
to do.
finished
That's what
university
you
at
got.
21, I was like, yeah, I'm done.
It sounds
You done?
a little bit
You're like,
more
no more
you
nightclubs.
researched good job interview
Yeah,
questions
I was like-
instead.
Yeah. Okay, so we can be kind of acting, I think, for our trajectory. Famous family man, same as I am now. Famous seems like it would be kind of a joke, almost. Sometimes I look at you for like micro reactions to see if I can.
A lot of these, I will be honest, I've forgotten what
Yeah.
the thing that they prefer to hear is.
Yes.
So I've actually kind of forgotten in a lot of them.
All right, chat. I'm going to let you all help me decide on this one. Famous family man or same as I am now? I feel like in life you should have growth, but I'm not sure. Ryan seems like cool person. Let's see, 9-to-5 working in healthcare. It's possible if Ryan did like the admin portion of it.
It definitely does 9 to 5 because it's impossible to get
I
an
know.
appointment.
Honestly, yeah, it's really bad here
Yeah.
too. It's just like, I think a doctor's appointment 9 or 10 months to get in with certain doctors here, which is not great if you need to get in.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it is possible.
Okay, I'm gonna say. I'm trying to read her. I'm gonna say family man because it feels right.
I want a happy family by then. I just want to be
Go
in
opposite
a
of my
loving
instinct. Wow,
relationship
fatal.
with
Thank you.
however many kids life blesses me with.
Okay, so say life has blessed you with one child, boy or girl.
Okay, blessed was a bit of a lame choice of words.
No, it was sweet.
Oh, sweet. That's what every guy wants to hear on a first date.
Okay, boy, girl, or don't believe in gender, which I feel like everyone has a right to make a choice on their own. So I'm gonna go with this and hope.
Am I allowed to say neither? Yeah, I feel like I'd leave them free to decide who they want to be. And if that subscribes to a gender norm, great. And if it doesn't,
If not, that's great too.
then go. Question.
I feel like that's a good answer to get to know
all of
someone.
This isn't part of your PhD thesis. That all the guys here aren't just your guinea pigs.
You don't.
She's obviously
But a study at the
studying
University of
these things
Virginia
on a very
found
deep
that we are
level.
more
So I
intrigued
think
by those whose
she
thoughts and
understands. She
feelings are
understands.
unclear.
You have a study for everything. Is that supposed to be my key takeaway from today?
I'll offer you a better one. From Professor...
Is that a
Nussel.
made-up book?
I'll find one from the start.
That book.
Here we go. This is a good one. When we set off on a journey, we are riddled with excitement or apprehension. Nothing in between.
It's not exactly one you'd read in the toilet, is it?
No, not quite.
God, last time I disregarded, it didn't go well. So I feel like I can't. No one really likes probably to be interrupted. I guess maybe some people might be like, oh, good, they're keeping the conversation going, but
Well,
this is clearly important to her.
Nosselhoff's opinion, but I think that apprehension is our body's way of telling us that something is worth doing, despite the risks.
You know, we can actually reprogram our brains to interpret nerves as excitement. They're similar chemicals. I did that before coming tonight.
Would you do that before tests as well, that sort of thing?
Oh, yeah. Very helpful for tests.
It's clever, isn't it?
Brain's clever.
Not mine.
Got 1 minute to go, guys. Just 1 minute.
Well, how do you fancy spending the final minute?
Get her at, because we're drowning over here.
Let's get a takeaway from the end of the book.
Oh, I don't know what to do in this situation. So how did you come up with a concept like this? Like, what made you go, okay, I'm going to have her read a book on a date?
Again, it's like that kind of comes with the filmic thing. It's like you always sometimes you want to have a prop in there that brings out an element of a character. You want a prop to an actor to engage with a prop that tells you a lot more about them than would just be in dialogue. So being able to give actors props whenever I could, like Tony's pasta as well. It's always good to try and sneak those in. So. And she's obviously quite a nervous dater, so I think she's using the book as a crutch in some ways, as kind of a point of conversation that she keeps kind of going back to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that would influence your next decision.
I was going to say that my brain started turning as soon as you said that. I have a question about the pasta. Who made the pasta?
Our production design department. I don't know whose jurisdiction as far as the department on a film set that the food would fall under. I think it was our production designer, because it was technically a prop.
Yeah.
But a prop that is a consumable prop. So
I just never think about those things. Like someone had to physically make that.
I think it was the department.
Yeah. Maybe she would appreciate if I diverted from the book. Or if it's like a blanket, like a comforting blanket, I'm going to ruin it. And I'm not giving her the space to... You know what? I'm going to allow her because maybe...
People only care about the end of the book. I want the answers.
I'm being sportive.
Right. Come on. I'm ready.
Final words from the book. Everything is transient. Time, life, relationships, none belong to us. Only our purpose does. Around it, all else is determined.
So the right things will enter the orbit that we create around ourselves. Is that what that means?
Exactly. Every decision we make affects who's pulled into that orbit, whether we know it or not.
So did you write all that?
The quote is actually really relevant to my life.
I was like, Kathleen can get poetic at times. So
Yeah.
I was like, okay, this is a good character that because there's no real character like her
Glad to hear you're doing that.
across the 15 characters across both of them. There's no real character like Kathleen.
Yeah.
Moving on.
We got to sort of...
This was fun, Ryan.
Yes, it was.
It worked
really
out,
great to meet you, Kathleen.
maybe.
So I am not the biggest social media user, but they say that's the best way to keep in touch nowadays.
What does Professor von Nosselhoff say?
Who do you think I got it from? At Kathleen.
We got one. I feel better now that we got another one.
You got it. Have a nice evening.
Two. If all else fails, we got two.
Yeah. I think she liked us. The actors do such a good job at like making you wonder how it actually went, like the facial reactions and stuff.
She was in Until Dawn, actually.
Oh, was she?
In Until Dawn.
Oh, that's amazing.
On her, yeah. So again, it was another one who was like actor I worked with who was like, you know, part of my personal history of, you know,
Good evening.
Yeah.
about
Evening
film.
host.
Hello, Derek. Am I in trouble?
No.
Oh,
no,
it's the
but,
what are they called?
unfortunately,
Not the hype
lady that
man.
sat at this table, she had to leave early.
MC?
They call it the
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So are you filling in for her? Did she pull a runner when she saw me?
No, nothing of the sort. She is a musician. Had a gig to get to.
Well, that is pretty fair. That's a good alibi.
How did the rest of them go? Find what you're looking for?
Oh, is she the last one?
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of glad about that because I don't really know how many more I had left in me.
Well, I'm sure you made a fantastic impression.
I'll say not yet, for obvious reasons, but also, what? So you said each card table has significance.
He said that the woman who was on that table is a musician and she needs to get to a gig, so her number is 808.
808. Okay, that's
Yeah.
amazing. Okay. I'm gonna say not yet because I know that this can also
I met
unlock
some
a
great people,
path.
but I think it's just too early to tell.
Speed dating is just to pique curiosity rather than find love.
It's just like a little teaser, isn't it? You just kind of get to know them. And just
I did
as
love
you're
the
getting there-
inclusivity in
It's like
this as
tapas,
well.
like
I
you
really
say.
appreciated
a
that.
little bit of everything.
Love tapas, yeah.
We got to, you know,
Smiles.
I do have to
we
call
got
you out,
to
though,
be
because there's
really
sometimes
inclusive
when
in many
the date's
many
going
ways,
well,
not
Yeah.
just sort of
the-
like
I hear you
sexual
screaming out.
orientation
Like,
and
30
every
seconds, I need to be
other
able to
way.
give
It
you a
was
signal.
yeah, definitely something that if we make more,
How
we'd
long
like
you
to
been
go
hosting?
into,
I have
you know,
lots of hosting
explore it
experience,
further.
but
Yeah.
specifically the speed dating stuff, just at the beginning of lockdown.
So those were digital, I presume.
Which I think it's very important, and I really
For me,
love
finding
that about
love
this
is
game.
the most formative journey of our lives, and I just wanted to help people continue that
I
journey.
love his
despite the
suit.
circumstances. Having said that,
Velvet,
there is
the
no
velvet
substitute
was
for
just-
meeting someone special
yeah.
in person.
So from these, have you ever had any marriages develop?
Yeah, we've had a couple, even a couple of babies named after me. Yeah. Need to put it in my bio. Pregnancy facilitator, Derek.
You really don't, because that sounds like something that would be on a T-shirt on a lad's holiday.
The stag do T-shirts. You're right. Okay.
I actually think I've seen them before.
I sell like hotcakes, though, right? So how did you hear about us?
I was duped into coming here this evening. I thought I was.
See,
going
they
out
have
for a
really
drink
easy
with my best
chemistry,
Keisha,
like-
and here I am. She's actually somewhere here. She's on a date somewhere. I don't know, but
Well, I love a strong male-female friendship. Do you prefer the company of women or men?
come again.
Oh, sorry. I'll rephrase. Who do you feel like you naturally engage with more easily?
Anyone?
I could shoot the shit out of anyone. But no, like, with your job, you must be the same.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, no one's going to enjoy an event if they can't approach their host. So, I think it's the suit as well.
Now I'm gonna have to replay this and like look at all the card tables, like the cards on the table, and try to figure
Well, I'm
out.
glad you
the
felt
meaning.
You could approach me too.
Yeah.
You made it very easy.
Someone says, "What does 808 represent?" It's like a drum, 808 drum.
Derek.
You are
I think
halfway,
it's one of the
guys.
it's one of the symbols.
Halfway.
Yeah, I can't remember it.
Right,
It's
yeah.
some.
What's one of the? Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone I forgot.
Your secret is safe with me. So tell me, what is the best way to approach all of this?
Well, aside from being yourself.
Well, let me rephrase that. Do you have any less crap advice?
No, I don't. Sorry. The thing is, there's so many different types of personalities in here. One person's poison might be another person's paradise.
Yeah, that is a fair point.
Okay, I'll pose you this. Are you looking for someone more lively or laid back? Because that may decide what kind of energy you want to exude yourself. Now, both are brilliant, but markedly different.
I feel like this could bite me later.
Potentially.
I'd say, yeah, it's hard to tell exactly like what it might mean later on. I'm gonna say lively.
I definitely want someone who is dynamic and a lively personality to just spice up my life.
Ooh. Not to dominate, though.
No, because that can just be a whole different thing. It can get toxic. Although, there's no harm in me being put in my place from time to time.
No? Crack of the whip.
I never said I was into that. I was wondering, has hosting these made you an
How is it
expert
watching it
in
now?
hobbies?
What, like some kind
It's
of
just
love
yeah.
guru?
It's been been a while since I
come
watched it,
on,
so it's
you
a
must
bit
have
of
more insight
distance
than the
like
average
that. So
guy.
it's like quite.
Okay,
It
wait,
feels
okay.
quite fresh watching
Has it
it now.
ever
Yeah.
helped
So
in
it's
your
like
personal life?
Sadly, no.
you just get to get to
No,
appreciate
Still very
what the
single.
actors did, and
Yeah.
you
Why
know
did you have something
how
in
much
mind
they
for me?
embodied all these
Yeah.
different how they embody each
Misha,
character in a really
She
really
would love to meet
specific,
you. She's here. I can introduce
genuine.
you.
Yeah. I feel like
sure
you were
Misha's
on the
fab.
set when this was being filmed. Like it must be
was, yeah.
so. To me, is it surreal to like see it
What's wrong with her?
in this regard
she's-
after you were on the set and like saw it happen real time?
Like I said before, I mean, especially with
Sorry.
5 dates, with 10 dates, it was all happening so quickly.
Yeah.
Like I don't have any distinct memories of like being on set watching it. I think it was just like it was happening so quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember a couple of days very specifically, but like actually us shooting this, I'm like I would have just been standing behind the camera, just watching it, making sure I was happy with how they do it. But
Yeah.
it's kind of like it's surreal in the sense that I've forgotten I was there.
Mm-hmm.
Almost in a weird way, because it happened so fast. So it feels like I kind of directed it.
Yeah.
that I had anything to do with this. So it's quite fun like that.
Yeah. Trans asks, are continuous takes shot for each combination of dialogue branches, or are there pauses? I think meaning like there's pauses in between each arc, like each way you can go.
Actually, yeah. So sometimes we will shoot like a scene, and then we'll shoot like one option connected to it, and then we'll shoot like another option connected to that, just to like block out all, rather than shooting each thing separately. So out 3 scenes in a row, we would just shoot them continuously. So yeah, very good question.
Wow.
That's exactly how we do it. Yeah.
Okay, I think he was talking about we made assumptions because I said I'll introduce you to Misha. I can change the subject or learn more, and I think learn more is the appropriate answer in this scenario.
What other events do you host?
So a lot for the queer community. So we do a lot of, obviously, speed dating. We do traffic light parties, lock and key parties, all sorts, really.
What's a traffic light
Okay,
party?
It is your final minute, guys.
See,
Final
it was
minute.
something that was happening when I was at uni. I never attended one, but again, I saw lots of leaflets for it.
We
where
were talking
you
about
go
your
dressed
queer
with the
events.
color
Yes.
of the traffic of a traffic light,
yeah, you
Okay.
depending on
Sometime.
your relationship status.
Sorry, you
Okay.
said
So
you're
like,
single after
you
this?
could go green and you're like
I don't know,
totally
maybe
available.
Yeah.
You go red if
Safety
you're in a
net.
relationship or not interested in meeting anyone, and yellow is, I mean, yellow's a toxic one to do anyway. But it's like if you are in a relationship and
Yeah.
you go yellow, it's a bit toxic. But I think it's kind of like it was sort of. It was that it's ambiguous, but looking back on it, it was kind of toxic. It should have just been red and green, to be honest.
I feel like a lot of parties in college were probably a little bit toxic. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know what that was. I didn't mean to put you on the spot with that.
We'll ask it at that other thing, but I'm actually thinking deeply on it. If you went dressed yellow,
Yeah, it'd be like, yeah, it's complicated, kind of, or like, yeah, that's.
exactly. I guess that. Yeah.
I said I'd love to. He's inviting us to some.
I would love to. You know, just so long as you're hosting, of course.
Naturally. And that, ladies and gents, is the end of tonight's event. I've been Derek. Get home safe. And
Derek's a great name. I don't know why. I've always liked the name Derek.
Everyone feels like Derek really suits it.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of.
Is it hard coming up with names for people? Or do you just kind of pick a name you're like, this is.
I'm random with my names. Like, it's literally the first
that
thing
is
that comes
totally
to my
against the
head.
rules,
Or if
we
I'm
say
like, I've just watched
Is it
something
also
with as a
against
character
the
name,
rules
or
for
I see a book in the
you to
corner
ask
of my
for your
eye that
socials?
I'll take a name.
Yeah.
I'm really random with my names.
at Demo Events.
That's the best way. I feel like that's the most natural way of doing it.
Yeah.
Because deeply on the names, you might end up with a bunch of names that like feel like they've been strategically picked
Yeah.
for some reason. So I'm really random with them.
What about you? Tell me
That's-
about your speech.
That would be hard for me. I think I'd overthink it.
Yeah, and an absolutely nuts thing happened. I was supposed to be meeting for this day this musician, but she bailed. And then, do you remember the host?
Yeah?
Yeah, Derek is his name. So I was sitting there, and he came up and told me about a girl who had to leave. And then we sat down, we just started talking.
You and Derek.
Yeah,
oh my God,
he's
I
just.
love that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you saw plenty of him as well. He's a cool guy. He's very, very suave.
So, would there be more with Derek?
Maybe, yeah.
Love that for you.
Yeah, thank you. Aha, now let me tell you about Tony. She is a football player.
Wow.
Professional.
Wow.
She was just quite laid back. Sort of person who was like, give as good as you can get, you know?
That sounds fun. Do you think there might be a future with the footballer?
I mean, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but yeah, I'd love to see her again.
Aww.
There was Kathleen, who was a PhD student studying psychology. She was reading on our date. She was just very smart. It was a little bit intimidating.
Do you think there'll be more from Kathleen?
There could be. Yeah, I mean, I kind of felt like, yeah, we
get to choose next, like who we're going on the date with. And I think it's 3, or is it just?
It's 2.
It's 2. At least we have options.
Yeah,
you're gonna disappoint someone.
I am.
She had her own goblet that she.
Goblet.
Yeah, with a crow on it. It's just very different, but it was really interesting because it wasn't like any of the other dates I went on.
Was there chemistry over kombucha?
No. I'm just really not her type, I don't think. If you actually saw the two of us side by side, you'd understand.
You don't like kombucha anyway.
Fizzy nonsense. There was Brandy. Let me tell you about Brandy. My God, she would put you to shame the amount of work she would do. She is a crypto trading beautician, and she's studying as well.
Wow, what a combination.
I don't even know how she finds the time to do all of it.
Was there a spark?
No. I mean, I sat down.
I tried.
Yeah.
Myself,
yeah, it's like
just
really wanted to
see she
was
was
Brandy.
like
But 3 out of 5.
Not bad.
I'm just not for her.
It's 60%. It's above half.
So,
I didn't fail per se.
I don't really know. I kind of have a few options. So,
Mr. Popular.
yeah, well, you know, what can I say? I guess I just need to think about it a little bit and see where I go from there. Yeah.
So are the actors holding the camera in this? Trance was wondering.
We've got there's a camera person literally holding it. I think either on their shoulder or underslung like that.
Yeah.
And then the actor is holding the matte box around the camera to make it look like they're gripping onto something. So yeah, it's kind of a joint effort. They're not holding the entire camera because we were using sort of big film cameras to shoot it.
Yeah.
Just for with the file types basically. So we were thinking of shooting them on iPhones, but we just kept it all consistent that everything was shot on the same type of camera. So so it's 2 people holding it technically.
That's so interesting. Do you need a break? Would you like a quick break?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
If
I just wanted to check. I want to make sure. I don't want you to feel like I'm like holding you here.
all good. I'm all good.
Okay, so chat, we need to pick 2. Who are we picking? I know we can look at their profiles. Kathleen Parker, 88. 7 posts. Okay. Let's see. I prefer my puns intended. Can I like these? No, I can. Okay, so she's posting more than just selfies. That does look like Facebook. Actually, I haven't been on Facebook in a long time. I don't know if that's actually what it looks like.
I don't know what that is. I think it is Facebook. Yeah.
Man. Okay. Wine. Is it creepy that I'm liking all of these? I don't know if this is
some people may respond to that if you do it or not. I don't know. Maybe.
We'll see. I'm going to stop liking all of them. Who's that? That looks romantic and doesn't look like I'm there. Okay, clearly that she was in some sort of relationship that didn't maybe work out. I could ask Kathleen for a second date. Oops, resume. Oh, backspace, not escape. All right, and then this is Tony, the athlete. I feel like I have to like some pictures now. So are some of these just stock photos? I know some of them are actually pictures of the actors.
Things that the actors sent us from their from their camera rolls.
That's
from their
cool.
life. I think we were like, is there anything just from your life that you took on your camera roll that would be appropriate for this character? So I think it's a mix of stuff that we took with them, stuff that we took that they already had from their actual personal lives, and that they allowed us to use very kindly.
Yeah.
And also some stock footage as well, some stock images as well to fill in the gaps.
Well, this is interesting because I know that these are also, I think, intentionally placed as well to kind of tell a little bit of a story about the characters. Is that a good assumption to make? Because Kathleen had like wine and books and studying, which is very much, and then this is like she's out on the town and on an airplane, so she probably likes traveling and the beach and artistic pictures.
Getting outdoors, obviously. She likes getting outdoors. That's her at the football with her dad.
Oh, well, I have to like that one. I can't not. That's really cool. So we can ask Tony for a date. And then last but not least, Derek, host with the most. I'm going to like everybody's. Derek, it could be tea or coffee. Are you a coffee or a tea drinker?
I'm a big coffee fan.
Me too.
I know you as well. Yeah. What's your setup? What's your coffee setup?
I have an espresso machine because I'm that addicted.
The full situation with the steamer as well.
Yeah.
And
I'm not good at art, but I am good at making foam and like making a drink taste good. So I feel like that's my one flex that I'm like, people say I make good coffee.
Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is an important thing.
Maybe one day the art will follow suit. It's hard to do latte art.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Yeah. I worked at a lot of restaurants over the years, and I was a hostess at one of them, and then I would always do the desserts for some reason and the coffees, and that's how I learned how to do it. So getting the machine wasn't like a wild, like, what do I do with this? So I felt like I had some skills.
But I feel like YouTube tutorials of how to like make good coffee out there as well. If you were to learn from scratch as well, I think there's so much coffee literature out there.
Yeah. Do you have like a favorite way to have coffee, like pour over or French press, espresso?
Got an espresso machine. I've got the Virtuo Plus, which is like takes up like majority of my counter, and the Arancino frother. So that's my like regular go-to. Just like get the pods and get it in and froth the milk up and have it.
It's
so
easy.
Very consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always wondered.
Yeah,
I've never
someday.
tried one of those machines. I've always wanted to. Like, do the pods actually work?
Someday. Yeah, they do. Someday I'd like to graduate to your level of, Nespresso, like a proper espresso machine, sorry.
Yeah.
But for now it's easy. I've taken the easy route with the Nespresso machine and the pods. And the pods come in so many different flavors and stuff. So it's like it's just the ease of it.
Yeah.
That you can.
I would like that some days, because sometimes it's more of an effort to do what I do. But I've spoiled myself at this point, because I try to get decent beans, and then I'm at a place and I'm being too picky when I get a coffee out now, and I'm like, so when I get good coffee out, I really appreciate it.
Do you get the bean? Like, what do you order them from online, or like do you go to different shops that like import them from different places? Like, what's the routine?
There's places here that roast beans locally, so I go there to try to like. I found a few coffee shops that I like. I've tried many that aren't for me, but then ones that I found, I'm like, I'm sticking with it, and they sell their own beans, so I usually get them from there, because I like to support them, but I also feel like the coffee tastes better than like the bags I can get at the grocery store.
Yeah.
But sometimes I'll buy a big bag from Costco, just if I can't get out to the coffee shop in the week or whatever.
The specialist barista.
Yeah. Sometimes you just get a bag of Starbucks beans and it works just fine. Yeah. Okay, so we have 3 people to pick from. Chat, I'm not good at this. I don't know who we should pick. I feel like Tony was a good vibe. And I liked Derek. I like Kathleen. See, I always like, and I'm not even really dating these people, and I feel guilty that there's one of them I'm not gonna.
You gotta let someone down. You gotta let someone down.
Yes, I'm letting someone's feelings get hurt.
And the thing is, you've liked their images, so even the person you've let down,
oh no,
is gonna see it.
I can't go back and unlike them.
Can you imagine that you've gone to a speed dating event with someone who you've clicked with, and you see their likes, and then you just never hear from them after that.
Now I feel like a real jerk, because
what's done is done.
I know, I can't go back. I didn't even think about that. What's worse, if I went back in and can you unlike them? I don't
as well.
Oh no, you can. Okay. All right, so I'm going to Trans, you vote for Kathleen. If anybody has a vote for Derek, Tony, or Kathleen, put it in chat. I think selfishly, I do want to take Derek on a second date because I really liked Derek's vibe. I feel like Tony vibed better than Kathleen with Ryan. We're going to ask Derek. Oh, gosh. I mean, they're both sweet.
You could just put all your eggs in one basket and then just have no one else. Just go all in on Derek.
I did that last. I didn't know we did. We did it one time, and like the person, we were like, I could see a relationship with you, and she was like, "No, I'm good."
Oh, you got all the way to the end?
Yeah, all the way, and just like, nah, I'm good. Tony, let's do Tony, and then Kathleen's very sweet. Maybe we can be friends. Are you from London?
I live in London, so I'm in North London. I live in so that I've lived in London my entire life. So that's where this is set. Even though we shot it in Cardiff.
Yeah, I've only been to London once, but it was a lot of fun. I really liked it there.
Could I get a half pint, please? Thank you very much.
Oh no. I don't think you work enough for Kathleen.
How's it going?
Okay, he showed up.
It's good. Good, not bad at all. How are you doing?
Yeah, decent. I mean, Tube was a nightmare, but on the plus side, if there's any COVID, it would have definitely died off from the stench of BO.
Okay.
I'd feel like it's not good to say you're late to someone on a first date. I mean, he said the Tube was a nightmare, so I'm assuming the Tube is the reason why he's late.
I would let someone off personally.
Yeah.
But some people think about tardiness, right?
That's true. We also don't know how much time has passed. I think it'd be too rude to bring that up on a first
I was pretty
date.
surprised that you wanted to grab a drink with me.
Why? You don't seem so bad.
No, above average.
Do you think?
Come on, no, I didn't mean that.
No, I thought we got on pretty damn well, so just wanted to see it again. Will we get you a drink?
Yes, I don't drink alcohol, but a mocktail would be great.
Oh, yeah.
There's some good mocktails out there.
I was thinking it, thank you, but I didn't want to say it.
Thanks. Oh, well.
Cheers to you.
It's an unexpected day, but yes. Ooh, she's sweet.
You don't want a pretzel, do you?
No, I probably won't touch those.
Yeah, I don't blame you. How's the Shirley Temple?
Not so sure on the Shirley, but the temple's pretty good.
I don't know how to take that. I would say the main thing that I noticed was your confidence when you're up there and your way with words.
Yeah, well, gift of the gab, part of the game, I guess. Yeah, I used to host all of the family Christmas game nights when I was a kid. And then the uni Christmas game nights. Listen, if you ever need a private host, I'm your guy.
Can I take you up on that now?
Sure, but we need another player.
Well, that could be you too.
Ah, okay. Sure. What to play? Okay. I've got it. You may have noticed at the speed dating night there were these conversation starters, riddles that were written on these little table number cards.
Okay, so a game of riddles. We will do 1 point for every correct answer.
I knew you were gonna like it. Yeah. I knew you were gonna like it. We're back here.
You just had that.
Okay, well,
off the top of your head, didn't you?
it's all of them.
It's for a living, Ryan.
My birth month is February, so I'm always like, it's the special month. But all of the months have 28 days. February is just one of those. So
This is a trick question, isn't it? They all have at least 28 days.
Very good.
do you have an affinity for riddles or puzzles?
Okay, your time.
I mean, I do enjoy the odd riddle,
Bear
the
with
odd
me. Have a second.
challenge,
Do what we
but
gotta do. I gotta
it's just
find
kind of
it.
like
Okay.
I wanted to see.
Fire up a
It's quite a tricky
Don't forget to
parameters
close
to
it
work
one
within
time.
when you're thinking of sort of like mini games to play in these,
Yeah.
which have to be on simple
Any
choice-based mechanics
I have between two
that
different
you can play in this
Take your
format.
time.
So it's
I've got an
that's-
encyclopedia of riddles up here.
riddles was just
So you're gonna
one
have a
that
new
I
one for
thought
me?
worked really well
Like the bride,
and
yeah.
something that interests me. So
Yeah.
so I think that's why we had riddle, and it was one that wasn't in 5 dates. I think there were a couple of games that were the same as were in 5 dates in this one, but I wanted to have as many new ones as possible. So riddles was it's a new sort of second date mini game that you get to play.
Yeah. I enjoy a riddle in real life. I just feel like I want to show my intelligence. The first one was really difficult for me. I'm curious about a riddle about death.
Okay. The person who uses it can neither see it nor feel it. What is it?
I haven't heard that one before. See nor feel it. Oxygen?
Wrong. That's a good guess, though.
I forgot
That was
that
a
I
good
don't need to
guess.
answer
It is a coffin.
You're basically objective is to outsmart Derek, basically. Be
Yeah.
like, what would he not? Yeah,
It's
what
yours,
would
you are
he not
welcome.
know about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to be buried in a coffin. I'd rather be cremated and then fired out of a cannon or something. You ever wondered what happens after we die?
I thought we were going to keep this a little bit lighthearted.
Well, you're the one who brought up the riddle about death.
That is
I did,
true.
didn't I? Huh.
I always think it's interesting because I feel like these kind of questions on a first date would be very interesting to get into.
Talk about this stuff on a first date.
Yeah. Heaven and hell, nothing, reincarnation. I mean, this is all subjective. I'm not sure. This would be like what?
This is prime chat territory.
Yeah.
About what they, yeah.
Chat, what should we say to Derek? Heaven or hell, nothing, or reincarnation? It's kind of basing off, like, I don't know what he believes in. He brought it up, so he's probably open to the discussion. I don't know if he's religious or not. This is a first date, so maybe it's not the greatest, like, first date question. Reincarnation is poetic. That's kind of what I was thinking is reincarnation. Opposite of my gut. I'm doing my best, Fatal. Let's do reincarnation.
I've always loved the idea of reincarnation.
Yes, yes. I mean, that's my favourite theory of the afterlife. And I am convinced that I used to be a lemur. I just think they're the coolest customer in the animal kingdom.
Okay, but why a lemur?
When you're writing this, like, what makes you go, like, lemur?
Very well dressed.
Is that the stripes?
I think it's reasons he just gave. I'm like, I wanted Derek to be, have the,
then.
to kind of have the
What
style
about your
and
next
looseness and languidness of a lemur.
Yeah.
So I was
Something
like, I
that
felt it
flies.
suited the
That'd be
character,
cool.
and then
Even if
Anders
it's just a fly?
Anders is
Like an
actually a
actual
movement
housewife?
coach as
Yeah,
well,
why
so
not?
he's kind
I'll
of
take
quite
it.
a smooth,
Wait
as
for
the
a good
actor,
time,
like
not a long
a
time.
smooth customer. So it kind of, I think it all kind of suited quite nicely with a lemur.
Yeah.
Reincarnated as a slaughter.
That's amazing.
Okay, your turn. I'm in the zone.
Right, okay. A man rides out of town on Sunday, stays in a hotel all night, and then the next day he rides out of town on his horse on a Sunday. How is this possible?
You trying to trick me? This is a trick one, isn't it?
I'm not saying.
This is one of the ones where the answer is in the question.
My lips are sealed.
Time zones wouldn't. I don't. I guess I feel like it might be a horse. Might be
If
the
he
horse.
crossed
Yeah. A man rode out of town on Sunday, stayed a whole night in a hotel, and rode back to town the next day on a Sunday. I guess it would be. The only thing that makes sense to me is the horse. I don't think time zones work unless it's like daylight savings. So I'm gonna go with horse. Yeah.
Yeah. I knew it. It is in the question.
Oh, and in chat saying in the name of the horse is Sunday. Yeah.
Very well earned point, I must say.
Research this, and it is
Well
possible
done.
to do that
That's a
at
tough
some.
one.
There's a
Not too
point
tough.
somewhere. I
Mm-hmm.
think it's up
Dig deep
near
into the
Alaska where there
encyclopedia
is
next
one
time.
island that is really close to another island, and it's on literally a 24-hour
I'm just deciding.
time zone.
Awful.
And I think because it's up near Alaska, sometimes the water between them freezes over. So it would actually be possible to somewhere go back in time by
Oh my gosh.
walking across the thing, and then you would go back 24 hours. So I looked it up. So it is technically possible that you could cross a time zone and do what was in the riddle.
Yeah.
But the answer to the riddle is the horse.
That's
It's
interesting.
a very obtuse.
Yeah.
But it wasn't in. I did research quite deeply to see is it possible to in anywhere in the world, and I think it is. I can't remember the names of the islands, but yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, time zones are wild, honestly, and just even coordinating with people over in like the UK and stuff, and with daylight savings, I don't know. Have you ever worked with people in the US on like a project or something and had to deal with the time zones?
Not with the East Coast one.
Yeah.
Wait, no, sorry, not with the West Coast one. Not with the Pacific.
Yeah.
Is it Pacific?
Yeah.
Pacific is that. So that's like really difficult because that's like 8 hours.
Yes.
I think with yourself, which is you're the most east.
No,
it's Eastern, Central, and Pacific, right?
I'm actually in Mountain Time, but I always go with Eastern when I tell people because I'm like, people don't really know Mountain Time as like commonly.
Time was a thing. Yeah, I didn't know Mountain Time was a thing. I thought it's Eastern, Central, and Pacific are the three that I know.
Yeah, Mountain Time. So it's Pacific, Mountain, Central, and then Eastern. And since I usually give people Pacific or Eastern because it's just easier to calculate.
Mountain existed. Literally, I didn't know Mountain existed.
Yeah, not
So
a
what
lot
is
of
it?
people
What is
do.
it?
It's 7 hours back from you. So it's Pacific is 8, I'm 7, Central 6, and then Eastern is 5.
I didn't realize.
Yeah.
I literally thought, yeah.
But I live in Idaho, so it's definitely not a hub.
Yeah, no, I didn't know that there was a whole. I've learned something very valuable today.
Yeah. There's just like the country's broken up into 4, and then there's like Colorado and Idaho and some other states kind of in. But Mountain is like I think the least known of them all, and I don't know how I ended up in it.
Is it quite a narrow stretch down?
It's kind of I think it's like the Rockies and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it goes with the Rockies. Okay.
Yeah, and so I think in general, Central has Chicago in it. New York is obviously East. LA is Pacific. I think. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Is Las Vegas in Mountain? I think I'm wrong about that. I think it's in Pacific, but I don't think there's a big enough city besides Denver, Colorado, that's in Mountain that really has like the staying power as say like New York City. Yeah, but usually when I have scheduling stuff, I'm like, I'm just going to put in East Coast because it's the easiest to calculate with time zones. Yeah. So that's a fun fact about me. Riddles about math, riddle about wordplay. I think wordplay. Does anyone like math? Math was never my favorite subject in school.
Forward, I'm heavy. Backward, I'm not. What am I?
Okay. So forward, heavy. Backward, not. I hate to admit, but I'm stumped. What is it?
You sure? You giving up?
Yeah.
A ton. Forward, I am heavy. T-O-N. Backward.
Oh.
I'm not. N-O.
You outsmarted him again.
Yeah.
But that's not fair. I mean,
I don't know if he's gonna like that.
Dyslexic, so it's the spelling ones, they don't work for me. And
it's such a short word, though.
Oh, don't say that.
It's just that I can't see how the word is written in the riddle itself, you know?
You're gonna say, let's learn more.
Has that ever held you back much?
School was a nightmare. You know, I once wrote this poem called Silver Birch, right? But I got the R and the T mixed up. Anyway, the teachers thought I did it on purpose and got detention, and yeah, it was not great.
So the whole poem was about a silver bitch?
Yeah.
To be fair, silver bitch sounds like a much better poem.
I think so too now. Okay, I have just the riddle to finish. Right.
Okay.
Man weighs 100 pounds. Plus half his weight. How much does he weigh?
That's not very hard.
Is it not?
Everybody, so
Ooh.
I'm curious to see what you think this one is.
Oh no. Okay, man weighs 100 pounds plus half his weight. Half his weight. How much does he weigh? I think it would be 200. Oh no. A man weighs 100 pounds plus half his weight. Oh yeah, I think it's 200.
No, so a man weighs 100 pounds plus half his weight, yeah? His weight is like X. So 100 plus half his weight, X over 2 equals his weight, X. So you multiply the 2 out, you get 200 plus X equals 2X. Bring the X over, 200 equals X. He weighs 200 pounds.
Wow. Okay. I am so impressed. Everyone says 150.
That was Charlie the actor, because I was just like, he went down, but he was like, I have a degree in. He has an economics degree. So
Oh my gosh.
He was like, I work algebraically in my head. So he was just like, can I say how I
Maybe
worked
think
out?
about what you
Like,
asked
I was
me.
like, yeah, that'd be great.
That's impressive. Ooh.
You've done this before, haven't
Riddle about love or riddle about sex? I mean, we already talked about death. So you would have said 150. Let's see. Riddle about love, riddle about sex. Chat, which one should we do? This is a first date. Okay, we got one for sex already. Sales already for sex as well.
To the floor, it's only going to go one direction, I think.
I know. I think they're vibing. Okay, y'all want riddle about sex. I see how it is. You're intrigued? Okay, we'll do the sex riddle.
What's most useful when it's long and hard?
Okay, I am not answering that.
No. It's not what you think. I promise. An education?
Oh, right, okay, fine. Sure. 0 points for Derek.
Oh no!
It was a good one. I'll give you that.
Oh, that didn't go well. Chat, I'm not good at dating apparently. I don't know if we should ask about it or move on. All right, we already have one for move on. Chat, give me all the help. I need a wingman. So you know what's going to happen, right?
Exclamation. I know what may happen.
Move on? Okay. All right, Chat, I trust you.
No, I had a feeling it would bamboozle you.
yeah, it was a sneaky play. Anyway, who won the game?
Oh, so you're conveniently forgetting the host's role of scorekeeping.
Oh, okay, I lost, didn't I? Okay, fine. Well, what's the forfeit then? I don't know. I could pay.
I'll get the champagne.
Hey, steady on.
No, I'd love it with a sparkler as well, please. If you could just bring it out to me, that'd be fantastic.
Okay, this is something I'm never sure of. Does splitting give friend zone vibes? Chat, what do you think?
Looping back to someone's question about what was I able to explore in 10 dates that wasn't in 5 dates, was the whole splitting and dynamic at the end of a date, which is always very interesting.
Yeah. Because I know in Misha's storyline there was a point where it was like, can you pay for us kind of thing, and it brought up a really big discussion in chat. So now I'm curious if y'all
interesting.
Yeah, like splitting on each date, split with every date in this game except one. My instinct is always to split with people, so I'm always like, yeah, I would always say, like, let's split. It's polite.
No, seriously, look, the bragging rights are more than enough. We can split it.
Well, that's very sporting of you, Ryan.
But you better believe I am going to brag, though.
Oh, no, I mean, Totally. That's permission granted.
You still
I agree with Trance.
don't fancy the
Yeah.
champagne? I can't convince you.
It is a polite thing to do.
Yeah, I think I always would appreciate the offer, regardless of like who ends up actually doing it. I think as long as the offer's on the table, I think it's always a nice thing to do.
Yeah. And maybe it helps salvage. I can't tell if we upset him with how our puzzles.
Well, I had a really great night. I
Okay.
must say.
Yeah, so did I. And I got your hosting
Yeah.
services for free tonight.
You did. VIP treatment. How'd you get away with that? How you getting back?
I'm gonna get the tube.
Same. Do you want to walk together?
Okay. I think it went okay, guys. I get so invested in these things. Like I want them to go well for everybody.
To be happy. No one's feelings to be hurt.
Yeah. Is this the same bar, like, or these new locations that you filmed the second dates on?
Yeah, some of them are some of them are new locations. Some of them at the same location and used sort of different areas that we dressed a bit differently and stuff. But it mainly happens across 3 different bar locations.
Right, lad.
What time do you call it? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I've got a valid excuse.
What happened to you?
I'll tell you in a sec. Out my way.
Get out of my way.
Basically, I went in for a 50-50 ball in my match today. Crunched my ankle.
Oof. Can I help? Was it your fault? I could. I don't think she would take well to me asking if I could help. I think she's very independent. Let's say, was it your fault?
So by 50-50 ball, do you mean that you went in like 2-footed? Did you go in recklessly, or did you go? You almost went in head first, did you?
You cheeky git. No, I won the ball. You should see the other girl.
What, is she in 2 boots? No, seriously, like I hope it's not that bad.
No, it'll be fine. And I get such lovely messages from my fans online, so that keeps my spirits up.
It must be really cool having your own fan base.
Oh, I didn't even look at the fan numbers, or don't they have that on the
Looking
screens?
forward to getting a message from my newest follower.
Oh, you spotted me. I feel special.
Well, you shouldn't. Most of my followers are females, so Orion stood out.
Okay, I'll know for future.
Just gotta keep that head in check.
So she did notice.
So yeah, he noticed the lights.
Yeah.
If you go overboard with the likes on some of them and stuff.
They'll say
With certain
something.
characters. Yeah, sometimes they do.
So it's good I didn't like all of them.
So
Yeah, I think so.
would you say that you're quite a rough player?
I prefer daring.
Daring. Okay. Will we put that to the test? Do you want to play a game of truth or
Uh-oh.
dare? It might be a good way to get to know each other.
Well, only if I get to ask first. Truth or dare?
Why do you get to go first?
Well, look, this isn't your average date. My foot's in the boot. I need to warm into it.
I always feel like Truth or Dare seems like such an innocuous game, and then when you're in it and they're like Truth or Dare, it's like panic mode.
Yeah.
Let's do Dare.
I'm gonna go with a dare.
Bold. All right. I dare you to sing something out loud.
Really? What, like properly? How loud do I have to sing? What do I sing?
It's up to you.
Oh, God.
What about the national anthem?
What, the Irish national anthem? My Irish is... Okay.
Hope there's no paddies here.
I hope not either. Okay. This is serious business, so put your hand on your heart, please. Yeah? Okay. I hate you. Shana fina fall. If anyone knows the words, sing along. Toff we allegerin. Winder slew. Okay, that's enough. That's all you're getting. That is all you're getting. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Was this just a set though, or were there like actual people?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think that one was the crew. I don't know if we actually put it in afterwards. I think we were just, as the crew, we just did it.
Yeah.
Now it's my turn for a little bit of payback. Truth or dare?
Dare, straight in. Remember, I'm injured.
Yeah, otherwise I'd have you cartwheeling around the bar if you weren't.
Well, I'd have done it.
I really do believe that you would have.
Let me read your DMs or show off your secret talent. I feel like it's kind of intense to be like, let me see your phone and see like your messages. Also, I kind of want to know what the secret talent is.
Show me a secret talent that you have that no one knows you can do.
Okay.
Does it come easily for you to like think of those two choices?
Of this old Irish lady.
Yeah, sometimes.
Irish,
I think
okay.
with this
I think
one,
you'll like
because
her.
Truth or
What's her
Dare was
Oh, I've never named
Was
her before. Let's
in
call
5
her
dates. So one of the
Antoinette.
trickiest things is not
Yeah.
The common Irish
retracing
Oh, hang
old
on.
ground.
Yeah.
Like having things that were like markedly different to what Vinny and Mike did,
Yeah.
in Truth or Dare on 5 dates. So that's kind of when, which is kind of a unique situation because
Never
it's the
bring
first time I've ever
Antoinette
done a
out again.
sequel.
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I get her number.
So it made it a little
She's
trickier.
dreadful.
Like, how can
Where
we
does she make
keep
appearances? Like
a
birthday
game that we're
parties or-
in my
recycling,
head.
so to speak, keep that fresh?
Anyway,
So I think
moving
that was the
swiftly
trickier
on.
thing
Truth
with
or
it.
Dare?
Yeah.
Just don't mess about, do you?
It's about creating tempo, right, lad?
Life's just one big training drill to you, isn't it?
Oh, no, I'm only kidding. But hurry up.
Okay, I think we should do truth this time since we dared dare last
truth.
time.
Tempo.
What's the biggest mistake you've ever made?
You just had that lined up and ready to go.
Failed to prepare, prepared to fail.
That is a tough one because dates are about putting your best foot forward.
Well, not possible for me, so making it hard for you too.
Ooh. Professional's a little, well, I guess they're both vulnerable. I mostly want to know Ryan's personal.
He's made in his personal life. I can't even remember what one this. I don't know how if it gets quite deep or.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's your choice.
Let's see.
This one is, yeah, it might be a bit much to share on a second date, but I was very close to my granny. She was one of the first people who like held me when I was born. I have all these memories with her. I used to stay with her when my parents went away and everything. And she got diagnosed not that long ago with a terminal illness. She had a tumor. And for the last kind of 6-7 weeks of her life, I was really busy. That's kind of the excuse I use, to tell you the truth, but I didn't go and visit her. So I never actually said goodbye to her.
Sad.
I'm sure it didn't change how much she loved you, Rye.
Hopefully not. Yeah, because she was there for me in so many things, I kind of just feel like I should have been there for her too, so.
It takes a lot to own your mistakes.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing that with me.
Shall we do one last round?
Why not? Truth.
I haven't even asked you yet.
It's my job to think ahead.
Yeah? It's not all lighthearted with Tony.
No,
you can go there. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. Like, you never know where it might go. Like, my granny, I called her granny because she was born and raised in Scotland. And so she's always like super like, we're going to the Scottish festivals. We're eating Scottish food. Like, she was very deep into that. So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, you play these games, you get to those deeper levels, which I really like.
Yeah, in the second date, it starts to weave its way into it, and then obviously, you can in the third dates, you end up seeing it gets a lot deeper. So yeah, no, it's that journey that you go on with the character, I think, which is like dating and getting to know someone, I guess.
Yeah, in so many different ways. Like, this is it's very real. It feels real to me, at least. Like, which is how I can get so into them, because I feel like this is actually happening. And that's my favorite part of these games, is like, it's not just like watching it. I'm participating in ruining this person's dating life or helping it succeed.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is inappropriate to ask on a second date. Worst in an intimate experience or grossest food combo? Chat, this could be a you pick situation. I'm curious about the grossest food combination, to be honest. If I click this, would it be your actual grossest food combination?
No, it's not. It is not. It's something I would eat though. so maybe it is actually.
Yeah. All right, let's see the grossest food combo.
Got one. What is the most disgusting food combination that just makes sense to you?
Easy. I'm notorious on the training ground for my love of mayo sandwiches. You get 2 slices of white bread, a dollop of mayo in the middle. Nothing like it.
Why? Why?
It's so good.
Why don't you add anything, literally anything into it?
Look, don't blame me that your palate is unrefined, yeah?
Do you have mayonnaise on everything?
Oh, I like it in a mayo sandwich.
Yeah, but you must have it on other stuff as well, if you're gonna have a pure mayo sandwich.
Well, I might have it on the side, yeah.
I don't know if I could do it.
I'm a big mayo fan. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I would probably. I've never done it, but
Okay, it's enough
when I think
babbling
about
from
it, I'm
me.
like, I could probably do that.
Yeah.
Truth or dare, double or nothing.
Okay.
I did a charity
There's a lot
stream
wrong
once
with
where
that
I ate a
one
scoop
There's
of
nothing like a
mayonnaise
strong
and it was
finish.
not pleasant on its own.
Oh god, yeah. Was it? Does it kind of like? Yeah, would it like kind of like coat your mouth
Yeah,
as well? Because it's like it.
The oil or whatever just it hung around.
yeah,
it
yeah.
just stuck with me. And then I made cookies. It was like a cooking stream charity thing, and I made cookies for it. And then one of the charity incentive, I don't know why I keep doing this to myself. I eat gross things, but I was like, I'll put a huge scoop of mayonnaise on a cookie. It was a really bad combination. I do not recommend it.
So Tony's answer is nothing compared to
No, I feel like
so
it's like
yours would have been.
2 slices of bread with some mayonnaise. I feel like everybody could probably eat something like that, but I don't put it on anything with chocolate. Just don't do it.
Ooh, I can't even imagine what that would taste like.
No, it was not. It was grosser than you think it might be. Like it doesn't seem that bad, and then I took a bite and I immediately regretted it. I like the truth just because I think they're interesting.
Okay. What's your guilty pleasure?
That is a good question. I am torn between sweets and like girly movies, chick flicks, sort of thing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a guy that likes watching films girls like.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. It's kind of more the perception that comes along with it, though. Like, they're the sort of movies that I wouldn't admit to my guy friends that I'm watching.
Well, as a woman who plays a sport that men like, that perception can be quite damaging. It's made my life so tough. You shouldn't gender things like that.
Films.
Films, clothes, sports, everything. That mindset stops people pursuing things they really like.
I agree with Tony, so I feel like from my perspective, I want to accept it. I also I like her in general. I feel like they're getting along very well.
I promise that I'll do my best to correct my wording going forward.
I just wanted to pull you up on it. It's these kind of conversations that can lead to positive change. That's me.
What do we have? Another alarm to carb load?
No, it's my dad. I should take this. Hang on. Hey, Pops. Yeah, ankle's fine. I'm just out with a friend. The noise in the background. We're just out, but I've got my foot elevated. Dad, I am recovering. It's not harmful here. Okay. All right, Dad. Okay. Yeah, I'll leave now.
Oh, no.
So you always shout at you like that?
Only when I deserve it.
I don't think anyone deserves to be shouted at like that.
Well, he's right. I've got fresh injury and I should be at home resting, really.
Oh, no. Okay, let's see. I never know if people would want to talk about that kind of thing. Like, we did just witness it happen. Chat, would you challenge that or want to learn more? I think me as Katie would want to learn more. But, man. So when you're writing these scripts, like, and you get to the second date, how do you decide that you want to make this a part of, like, Tony's storyline?
But yeah, so with Tony, I think it was just, I think it's a really common thread with footballers, male or female. It's something that, they usually, to get to that level, or any sport really, that there would have been a parent who helped them and drove them and was what some people would consider pushy, but it's what, to get them to that level, to get them that dedicated, there's a parent behind there who was taking them to all of that, who was, pushing them to be strong. And it's like, where is the line between healthy pushing someone and health out, or when it becomes unhealthy and controlling of your child to have, especially when you're dealing with a child that, has a talent, you want them to get to that level and stay at that level because it's, they have the talent to do it. And, where is the line of what is pushing it too far?
Yeah.
And where is the line not? So I think that's something I wanted to explore as a general thing anyway, as a, you know, with regards to parenthood and sports people. And it just felt like it sat really nice with Tony of how it, you know, how it affects, you know, how, you know, you want to approach it as someone who's just kind of come into her life, but sees that, you know, it might not be making her happy and it might not be doing that, but it's, you know, is it too personal, something that you should not really be getting into it when you're not really part of her life yet. So I thought it was an interesting kind of dynamic to kind of go into as you get deeper.
Yeah, it adds a layer of grittiness to these where I'm like, it feels like that's something that could happen, and then like, how do you handle that situation? If it were you in this real situation, would you challenge them? Or I feel like challenging could go really, really poorly. So just being, I don't know, it's just such an interesting thing to think about, like being presented with that. And then with that in a very much lower stakes situation, because it's a video game, you get to kind of experience that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you really need someone to be that tough on you?
I mean, it's kind of made me who I am today. Made me the player I am.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, the reason I'm asking is just so long as it doesn't upset you.
No, it doesn't affect me mentally. I mean, I might have missed out on a few things when I was a teenager. You know, didn't do the things regular teenagers did.
Or the things that regular adults do?
I mean, I guess, but I'm also living my dream.
The sacrifices that go along with it, isn't it?
It's part of the job. Anyway, I should go. I'm just gonna use the loo first.
Yeah. Do you want to hang it up or?
All right.
Of Tony's like a really interesting one to think about myself, because it's kind of like it's such a subjective thing.
Yeah.
She said, she's like, I'm only as good as I am at what I do because
we'll just pay the bill.
that was
I got it
shit with my dad.
Yeah.
So it's like
paid.
Yeah.
You
and on it.
Yeah.
I thought we were ending
She didn't have a choice technically. Like this is just kind of, because when you're a kid, you don't have like as many options.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah.
Did you get your
It's interesting because I feel like with a lot of these characters, you can, like speaking from personal experience, I can relate to some of the situations that they're in, and then go. It gives you different perspective on it.
Yeah.
But man, yeah, for her sake, I just think about later on down the road in the relationship how that might affect things.
Yeah.
So who's gonna get the third date?
Chat, start putting in who you want on the third date, Tony or Derek. I already know who I want to go on a third date with.
Scrolling back. Oh.
So did you make up like a fake app idea for what they use?
It was Sam at Wales Interactive, designed the app, and it's the same one that's in 5 Dates. So in the universe that this is in is it's the Instagram of the 5 and 10 Dates universe.
I love it because this specific aspect is just fun from a player perspective, like snooping at someone's social media. Okay, so Sales, you got a poll up. I think Tony is my vote for sure. I can't remember if I clicked this, if it shows there's one time I accidentally clicked on somebody for the third date and that was just took us right to it.
I don't remember. I think, just to be safe, potentially.
Oh, no, see, yeah. I was going to go with Tony anyway, so.
Yeah.
Hey, Tony. I had a really good time the other night, so I was wondering if you would like to meet up and we could go get a drink. Yes, I hope your leg's doing better as well. Okay, so I will definitely book a place where we can do that, and that'll be great, and I will talk to you soon. Okay, yes, see you later. Bye. Ah,
amazing.
That's a relief.
Yeah, I'm just already thinking about how I want to replay a bunch of this because I want to see if I can get Brandy on a date.
Oh, you're sweet as well.
Do not mention it.
She's a very tricky one.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have
She's like
the
hard mode.
dirtiest,
Yeah.
unhealthiest burger there is.
And I think that I will join you in that.
So did the actress didn't actually hurt her leg? That was part of the script, right?
Yeah. That's just
It's
it's
Should you not
legit
be
boot though.
more
You know,
Yeah.
we know
though if
expense
you're
was
less
spent.
active?
It's a legit medical grade boot
Oh, no,
that
sorry,
we
I
had
don't
on
mean-
her.
I'm messing with
That's
you.
amazing.
I even brought a game for tonight. I've had so much time on my hands. I made a game.
No way.
Yeah. Right, we got 2 piles.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got 2 piles. And then these ones, they're photos of you and me.
Dare I ask how you got them?
Social media.
Ah, shit. Okay, what are the other 2 piles?
Captions.
So what are the rules of the game? What do we do then?
We take it in turns to pick a photo and a caption and see what combination we get.
Okay, here we go. Well, you do photo card first. I'll do caption.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, no.
That would take a lot of effort to put in for a first date.
School,
Yeah.
and we had a pajamas
Or third
party,
date, I guess, at this
and,
point.
Yeah,
the
she's very
further else,
proactive. I
Everyone
think
wore
that's
their own
the
pajamas,
thing
but
with
I
Tony.
went
Yeah.
and actually bought women's silk pajamas, pink, which I think is my color.
Gorgeous. What were you like at school? What, like, if you were in a high school movie, what clique would you be in?
Oh God.
He doesn't seem like a jock. I think clown sounds fun.
I would say I was probably a class clown. I'd be cracking jokes. I basically just never stopped talking. I wasn't allowed to sit next to anyone in most classes because I was a distraction.
It's nice to see you grew out of it. Not a trace of humour left.
Yeah, thinking back on it, I would say that some of the stuff I would have said just to wind people up was probably pretty harsh.
Oh, you weren't a bully, surely?
No.
When
Not
you're working on
intentionally,
stuff
anyway.
like this too, is it giving you ideas for other projects, or do you just stay
what's
focus
important.
mode? Like I'm working on
do.
this right now.
Next round.
Yep.
To
This
just
time,
you know
pick a photo
stay
of
with
me.
one thing at a time. But sometimes if there is something that I can't use in one project for whatever reason, I'll
Okay, cool.
put it on a note somewhere
Oh, man.
and then
I
revisit
lost
it,
my
or like
shit
a
when
piece
we
of
won that
dialogue
game.
or a
I scored a
character
last-minute
or
winner.
anything like
You
that.
scored.
But generally,
I
I
didn't have
like
that in
really immersed in each project as you go
good.
along with it.
What's the
Yeah.
I can only really handle working on one project at
Tony
a
after
time.
hearing
Yeah,
that,
I can imagine.
Especially
Yeah.
these kinds of
well,
projects.
my
Yeah.
reaction was actually the complete opposite of that. Although, I don't know if it was the same for my wider family.
Why did they vote to leave Europe?
Yeah. 2 European Union stood for a lot of things that they didn't believe in. But I know we should steer clear of politics.
Ooh,
Change the news, right?
I guess it's important early on to talk about these things. I know Brexit didn't affect us as greatly as it affected everybody in the UK.
She's like asking what Ryan did, if Ryan voted to leave
Okay.
Europe or remain in Europe. So it's kind of where does stand on that?
Yeah. From since I'm not as educated in it, I don't know what I would think majority of people wanted to remain.
It was the leave voted. So that's why Brexit happened, because it was a really tight thing. It was 49%, 51% or something like that. It voted in favor of leave. That was back in 2016. So that's why Brexit happened, because there was a vote to leave. So we exited. So it got termed Brexit. So I think at the moment, if they were to do a vote now, I think it may swing the other way. But they're not going to do another referendum on it. So, but yeah, I'm interested to see what chat says about.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, the
like
UK-based people.
So Bentham saying it's more left to say remain and leave was more of like a right conservative leaning type way. Okay.
I would say that's pretty fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she seems disappointed that they voted to leave. Let's do remain.
Yeah, no, I voted remain as well.
Brexit really hit home with my industry. We have so many amazing foreign players, coaches, the fans. It just felt like a big screw you.
And ultimately, at the end of the day, it's going to be us who are screwed over in the long run.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get back to caption time.
Yeah.
Oh, no! I keep telling Misha to delete that photo.
What is the context of this glorious photo?
What got Ryan through the COVID-19 pandemic? Okay.
That hardly got you through it. No baking banana bread or 5K runs then.
No, I am a simple man. Picking my nose will do it for me.
So many people took up bread making.
Oh, jeez. I can't believe that bloody virus.
It was like
took 2 whole
Banana
years
Bread
of
and
our
Tiger
lives.
King.
Yeah.
Was like first lockdown.
I don't want to dwell on it, but
That was like my fun.
did it affect you much?
I watched the first season of Tiger King. I couldn't bring myself to
Obviously,
do the
professional sports
second.
shut down for a bit. I didn't
Like
lose
that
anyone.
show was like
That
people
was
could
great,
only
but,
watch it
I mean,
under
my
the
family
conditions
definitely
of
suffered mentally.
being in lockdown.
It was
Yeah.
such a
It going
social
viral.
family, and we were just stripped of
The
it.
timing of that was
Really
too perfect, I
messed
think.
around.
Yeah, that was the toughest thing for me as well. Like, I was living alone during it. I didn't have a garden, I didn't have a balcony or anything, so I literally had zero face-to-face contact for weeks and weeks.
We just got to make up for lost time then.
Oh, out of curiosity, did you get vaccinated?
I didn't actually. No, I was worried it'd be detrimental to my sporting performance.
Well, couldn't COVID have an effect on your sporting
Ooh.
performance?
I mean, yeah. But getting
Yeah,
vaccinated
it
was
gets
something I had
into
control over.
some territory.
Yeah. Because I know here in the States, there was a very big polarizing vaccine issue. Was it similarly in UK?
Not it was in the US. Not to the extent that it was in the US. Definitely, I know it was a big thing there. I'm not sure. Yeah.
It was pretty bad here. Yeah, so I think since Ryan's in healthcare, he would challenge this. A lot of people in healthcare get vaccinated. I'm very curious how she'll respond to this as well.
I don't really agree though, because it's like thousands and thousands of professional sports people got the vaccination and had no effects whatsoever.
I don't know if that's entirely true. I mean, the media stifled a lot of stories.
Why would they do that?
I've done my research, Rye. I've got no problem with people getting it, but that doesn't mean I have to.
He's getting heated. That is such a hot button issue too. Like, I can't imagine broaching.
Absolutely.
First dates now probably are super hard because not only is there all the other stuff, and now there's all the pandemic things to discuss as well.
There's I know in this country, like, you know, politics is such a. I guess it's the same in the US, that politics is so binarized now.
Yeah.
That it's like it is a big thing now. There are, you know, I have friends who would be like, you know, who are, you know, liberal, who like vote Labour or Lib Dems or something, and they're like, I would never date a conservative. Like if I found that out on a date, I would maybe not walk out, but I would literally not speak to them and just be like, make up. So I think it is becoming an increasingly polarizing criteria and the things, politics and the vaccine and stuff like that. So I think it was good to try and explain.
Yeah,
like just kind of go straight into that.
It's interesting to confront something like this because I don't even know what I would do in this situation. I mean, persisting like he could be, that would be a really big turnoff. I guess it depends on how important the vaccine is to him. I feel like third date, maybe we move on and we can address it on the fourth date.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, fair enough. I suppose everyone has the right to choose what goes into their body.
Normally I'd make an innuendo, but let's move on.
Let's move on. What do you reckon? Need one more round in you?
Go on in.
Okay, here we go. Okay.
Well, why can't we choose this card?
Blocking what the cards are.
I know. I'm blocking it.
It was usually the cards do pop up. I'm not sure why they're not popping up on the.
Oh yeah, they didn't. Oh, I didn't see anything come up on my screen. Did you all see something?
Bigger. They pop up bigger, but I think maybe our cameras might be strategically placed to block out.
That might have been my fault. Okay, then I say we
I'll go back to check it. I think it might be my camera on the thing is.
I know. I was trying to figure out where we should.
On the right.
Yeah,
But
be
I mean,
here.
this is like a super. Basically, it's a card of another guy.
Ooh, I
that isn't Ryan. Yeah.
I say, I mean, she brought it. I want to know why she chose to get it printed on the card.
Tony, I have a question about this card.
Shit. I don't know how that got in there.
Oh
So I'm
no.
not the only guy you've played this game with.
The game's a dating staple of mine. My ex gave me the idea. I mean, I'm really sorry you had to find out like this.
I mean, it's an accident. It's not really. I mean, it probably doesn't feel good, but it's not like she was malicious in it.
Yeah.
He is a pretty good looking dude. He's got a little bum chin, mind you, but he's still pretty good looking.
All looks, no chat.
Look, I know dating multiple people is the modern way. There's definitely better ways to find out than this, but I'm not going to hold it against you. You got to date a few people, see what's right for you. Also, by the way, I reckon my chances are pretty good against him.
I love that.
What was the caption?
Tony's secret talent.
Okay, moving swiftly on. Bar that little tiny speed bump. The game was great. It was amazing.
I just did it for jokes. I wasn't anticipating it.
Were they allowed to drink while they were filming?
Well, I mean, I don't think I would have had a problem with it because they weren't going crazy with it. But yeah, generally, yeah, it was. It was non-alcoholic beer. It was like non-alcoholic. It wasn't like apple juice. It was non-alcoholic.
Yeah.
Injuries are an occupational hazard. All it takes is one wrong movement or a bad tackle from an opponent.
Yeah, but plus, it doesn't seem too serious.
No, I mean, it's not a career threatener. But I've seen it happen to mates with ACLs and broken legs. It's a fragile career, Dad always warned me. He's been looking at post-football career options. Thinks I should get into property. So I'm going to do a course through my rehab.
I don't know. I think that's smart. Real estate's good. Get some Airbnbs out there.
Yeah. This is tapping back into that original thing that, you know, it's it's her dad making the decisions.
Oh. See, me, I'm just over like, that's a good idea, but it is her dad is calling a lot of the shots.
Yeah. Kind of a chance to, you know, pick back up on that if we want.
Well, now I'm curious.
Look, I appreciate that your dad is clearly a big influence on you, but should you not have some say in what you do for your next steps?
I'm not a child who just does what she's told. I wouldn't be doing it if I wasn't interested in it.
But like, why don't you explore what you are passionate about? It just seems like your dad is making all your big life decisions for you.
Definitely didn't tell me to start dating. Yeah, she told me not to. I'm starting to see why.
How do I salvage this? Persist or accept it. So do you watch people play? Like, I know you say you pop into chat sometimes and see what people are doing. And see, like, are you ever surprised by people's choices or?
Sometimes I can see in some way because I kind of like know what, but I'm sometimes don't do that. I'm like, oh, don't, because there's maybe a scene that I want them to see that they're kind of steering away from. But it's like I said, I want people to play this as organically as possible.
Yeah.
But I remember Tony may have said on the first date that she's very stubborn, and sometimes to get through to her, you need to persist.
Yeah.
But sometimes that can backfire, so I don't know, you know?
Yeah.
It could go either way. I'm just saying, it could go either way. I'm not so sure. Again, I actually don't remember how this goes.
Yeah.
Like, to be very, very honest.
I do wonder, though, like, if on a third date you're pushing somebody so intensely that they shut down and then don't want to talk to you ever again. Let's do it. Let's take a risk.
Yeah, well, how about this? Humor me, all right? Are you interested in property?
Don't know yet.
Okay, exactly. So what are you already interested in?
Well, I want to make games.
Like this?
Board games, card games. But I need a stable career after football.
No, but look, I bet he would understand. At the end of the day, he loves you, and he wants you to be happy. So you have just got to stand up for what you want. Otherwise, you're going to go into a career that, I mean, like you said, you don't even know if you're interested in it.
See what you're saying.
So we have probably reached that stage of the evening where we should put our cards on the table.
Uh-oh.
That was not a pun.
You cheesy bastard. Yeah, I think so too.
I think we need to tell Tony that we like her. So, see if she reciprocates.
Yeah.
Smooth.
I really like you. We've laughed a lot, got serious the odd time. Even with one good foot, you're still running rings around me. So I kind of hope you feel the same.
I'm glad you said it first, right, lad? Because I would have fluffed it. I totally feel the same way.
Okay, we got one.
Rebecca.
Last time I only got friend zoned.
Yeah.
Can I kiss you?
You're gonna have to. I can't lean in, lad.
Aww.
Oh, shit. Are you okay?
It just cost me 2 weeks. It's fine.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Don't tell your dad. Rain check on the first kiss?
Go on then.
It'll make a cute story someday. It's so cute. Thank you for sitting with me and going through the whole story. I do really appreciate it.
Oh, it's the first time I've ever done it, so I'm just had a chance to do that on Twitch. So no, it was great fun.
Yeah, y'all please go follow Paul. I want you to plug. Do you have anything coming up on the horizon for us to keep our eyes peeled on?
I am planning to shoot another interactive film, FMV game, live action video game that starts shooting hopefully in August. We're just casting at the moment, and just before today we went on a recce of the location. So that's all happening, which should be really exciting. I'm really excited about that. It'll hopefully be sort of more of it in the thriller realm, a survival thriller kind of thing, and hopefully, I'm really excited for that. So that will be to look forward to, hopefully releasing next year, and then who knows what else is on the horizon of all kinds of genres.
Well, that sounds very exciting. I love survival thrillers, so those are some of my favorites to play. I'm going to look forward to that. So should people follow your Twitter? Also, your Twitch, which is paulraschid8 here on Twitch. Did I say Twitter twice? I may have. And also you have an Instagram, right?
My Twitter handle, so it's just my name.
It's
at Paul Rashid, PaulRaschid8.
Awesome. I really appreciate it. Thank you for talking to me, and thank you for taking the time. I know you've got a lot going on, and I really appreciate it.
It's a long weekend. We got the coronation tomorrow.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Yeah. It's a big way. What a way to kick off the coronation weekend for me.
Yeah.
Couldn't have started a better way.
No, I really appreciate it. And y'all, please go, if you haven't, go follow Paula on Twitter and Twitch and all the places, and keep your eyes peeled for a new FMV on the horizon, which I'm also very excited about now. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, thank you so much. And I think we're going to sign off because I know you've chatted with me for almost 3 hours. So y'all, please go do the thing, follow Paul. And again, thank you again for taking the time to do this with me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me, Katie.
Okay. All right. Until next time, everybody, I will see you Sunday. Yes, it's Friday. I will see them Sunday. Okay.